Welcome to Experimental, the science show where women torture men with big pricks. Men lift other men's kilts in search of intellectual satisfaction, and goats get all stiff and fall over. Coming up, conclusive proof from the test department that toast really does land butter side down. And we move the location of the penis back to its rightful place. But first to Dublin, Ireland, where Experimental is asking a pointed question. What don't you like about going to the doctors?
Needles.
The needles.
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 Cold hands.
Hang on, what was that?
Needles.
All right, that's better. Yeah, no one likes being jabbed, especially when it's what the medics call an intramuscular injection, i.e. in the bum. But hey, at least you're getting your medicine, aren't you? Well, not always, according to the research of a woman who's pricked more bums than most, Dr. Victoria Chan of the Adelaide and Meath Hospital in Dublin.
I have personal experience of patients having pain medication or anti-nausea medication injected, and an hour later the nurse would come back to me and say that it didn't work. The patient is still feeling pain, the patient is still feeling sick.
It used to be that bums were a really good place to inject drugs. The problem is that bums are changing. In the West, at least, backsides are getting fatter, which means that needles will have to penetrate further to deliver the drug to the underlying muscle.
Now, this is a 3 centimeter length needle, or 1 1/4 inches, which is the approximate length of the most commonly used needle for intramuscular injections around the world. Now, what the needle is going to do is go through the skin, through the layer of fat, and into the muscle. Depending on how much fat is overlying the muscle will dictate whether this needle is long enough to reach the muscle.
So maybe, and you are not going to enjoy this, the needle is not long enough. To find out, Dr. Chan enlisted 50 patients, each willing to allow her to add a little extra something to their normal bum jab.
Each patient received the medication that was prescribed by their physician along with a small amount of air so that we can see a black air bubble on the CT scan.
But isn't that deadly?
No, not at all. First of all, it's a small amount of air, and also when we are injecting, we pull back on the syringe so that we know we're not in a blood vessel, because it's only if we inject air into a blood vessel that might be a little bit dangerous.
Only very slightly inflated by Dr. Chan's needles, the patients were inserted into a CT scanner, which revealed where the bubble solution ended up.
So what you see on this screen here is the CT scan. You can see here that this is the skin, this is the layer of fat, and this is one of the gluteal muscles of the bum. This black thing here is the air bubble that we had included with each injection to the patient. This air bubble has remained in the fat, so this would be considered a failed intramuscular injection because the medication has not reached the muscle where it's supposed to.
In fact, of her 50 bottoms, she found out that the right amount of bubble solution reached the muscle in only 56% of male behinds and only 8% of female butts, which is a bit of a bummer.
When we look at men and women, women in general have more fat around their bum than men, but a patient does not necessarily need to be obese in order for the injections to fail. The size of the needle is only 3 centimeters or 1 1/4 inches, which isn't that big to begin with.
You know what's coming, don't you?
What we need is longer needles. For example, a 5 centimeter length needle as opposed to a 3 centimeter length needle.
But just how much bigger is a 5 centimeter needle?
That's really intimidating. It's very long. Oh my God! No, I'd rather that one than that.
Yeah, that looks worse.
Thicker, it's going back to the Victorian ages, isn't it?
It doesn't need to go in that deep. Yeah.
No, give me the old one, please. It's a big one.
So the moral of this pointy problem is, if you want your medicine, but you don't want to be pricked by one of Dr. Chan's extra long needles, you better get your bum into shape. In a moment, we're off to Japan to meet a scientist who's got a smaller chopper than James Bond. But before we get too excited, let's retire to the test department for a nice cup of tea and the answer to one of science's greatest questions. It's happened to us all. You're lost in a juicy mag, you reach out for your toast and knock it off the table. Sod's Law says it will always land butter side down. But will it? Enter the Toast Tester 3000 machine. The question: out of 100 pieces of toast, how many will land butter side down? And the answer? A staggering 89%. So toast does appear to land butter side down. But why? Well, here's our theory. A piece of toast falling from a table 76 centimetres high will rotate through approximately 180 degrees, which is why it lands butter side down. So, if we double the height of the table, will it land butter side up? Let's see. Amazingly, when we dropped our toast from twice the standard height, it landed butter side up 81% of the time. So, toast eaters of the world, you have two choices. Double the height of your table, or place the toast on your plate, butter side down. From solving the problems of falling toast, Experimental has headed to Japan in search of a man who thinks he can solve this, the Tokyo rush hour.
You can't go in the direction you want because you're pushed with the flow of people.
Yeah, and people bump into you. It can be painful, especially if it's a girl, because you get hit by a bag.
Someone stepped on my foot with heels once, and that was very painful. I cut my foot.
Even after midnight in this popular part of Tokyo, there's still lots of people and far too many cars. Someone should do something about it.
Well, thankfully, somebody has. Here in Matsumoto, at the edge of the Japanese Alps, a new invention is taking off, and it's set to help you rise above the rat race, literally. It's called the Gen H4, and it's the brainchild of inventor Gennai Yanagisawa, better known to his friends as Gen.
It's the smallest one-man helicopter in the world. It took us 15 years to develop. It's very light and very small. You fly it in a small space. Anyone can ride it, and I'd like everybody to be able to use it as casually as you'd ride a bike.
It's so light that you don't need a pilot's license to fly it, and the controls are unlike any other helicopter in the world. They're simple.
You control the height by moving this throttle, and that means you control the height with just one hand. There's one bar, and that controls direction. It's directly attached to the rotors, and if you keep it straight, you hover on the spot. When you want to move backwards, you just push the bar forwards, and if you want to go forwards, you just do the opposite. And that's all there is to controlling it.
Thanks to those pesky laws of physics, when you spin something with a motor, the motor itself tends to spin in the opposite direction. Standard helicopters solve this problem with a second vertically mounted rotor on the tail, which keeps the helicopter body still. Gen's helicopter doesn't have a tail, but it solves the problem in a different way. The two sets of blades spin in opposite direction, so the twisting force of each rotor on the body is cancelled out, giving it perfect balance.
Ever since I was very small, I always wanted to go into the sky. I think it came from reading the tales of the Arabian Nights, and the idea of flying carpets stuck in my mind.
When designing his flying carpet, Gen started with a blank piece of paper and built up the features of his chopper around 4 super light engines. Gen's engines are a miniature engineering wonder. They weigh just 3 kilos, but can produce 10 horsepower each, making them one of the highest power-to-weight ratio motors in the world. The Gen H4 is now available to buy, but it will set you back a cool 3.5 million yen. That's around £19,000. It's a lot of money, but would you be tempted?
If it was a 2-seater, yeah?
Yeah, if it was a 2-seater.
Or a 4-seater, so the whole family could ride in it. Oh, but then it would just be an ordinary helicopter, wouldn't it?
About 3 million yen? That's quite affordable. Can I really buy it for about 3 million yen?
That's cheaper than a car, yeah, wicked.
It's great, I want one. I want one too. With this, when there's an earthquake. You're right, you could escape. There's so many earthquakes in Japan.
So, a thumbs up from the Tokyo commuters. But before you get all excited, there is one tiny drawback. The Gen H4 is a bit of a fair weather freak. We've had to film it indoors today because it's a little bit windy. And that's all it takes to throw this little chopper into a tiz.
The weight is still a bit too small against the strong wind. I feel it's probably a little bit weak. For this, we're developing a helicopter with an integrated automatic control system, so it can tolerate a strong wind. And I think it will be better with this in the future. I wanted to create a one-man helicopter that anyone can ride, not only the rich people, but I want everyone to use this as you might ride a bike. My dream is that everybody flies above the cities like dragonflies. I'm working really hard for such a dream.
Hello!
Still to come on Experimental, TV dinner for life, goats that just fall at your feet. But first, we're off to the test department to look where no man should look. The demonstrators are getting excited with the arrival of Hamish McQuasion, a renowned scientist with an interest in the internal pressure of bagpipes. But that's not what the test department are interested in. They want to know if it's true that Hamish has a tattooed thigh, a secret that Hamish does not seem too keen to reveal. Sometime later, when Hamish heads for the showers, our test department demonstrators decide to wreak their revenge. What our two demonstrators want to know is just how fast a Highlander would have to be flung before his kilt would rise and reveal his all. And for that, they're building a Kilt Riser 3000 machine. The theory is that if you spin a Scotsman, centripetal force will cause his kilt to rise.
Oh, that's better.
Let's see. At 10 revolutions a minute, things don't look so good. But at 15 revolutions, there is a definite stirring of the cloth. So what happens when we twiddle the kilt tester's knob all the way? So there you have it. Conclusive proof that a Scotsman will reveal all at precisely 23 revolutions per minute. Meet Charles Darwin, Mr. Survival of the Fittest. The theory being that if you can't avoid being eaten, you're history.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
It must be. Otherwise, it could not explain the continued existence of these little creatures. Tennessee fainting goats, favourite flock of farmer Gene McNutt.
Tennessee myotonic goats pretty much like any other goat, except when they get frightened, they'll fall over into somewhat of a faint, stiffen. A few seconds, they get up and act like just any other goat. They'll carry on and go on.
In fact, the goats don't actually faint. Rather, as soon as they get scared, their muscles stiffen up and they fall over. It doesn't hurt them in any way, and after a few seconds, they get up and trot away as if nothing had happened. However, those few stiff seconds is all it takes for a predator to have an easy meal. So what's causing these goats to drop at the worst possible moment? Meet fainting goat whiz kid, Dr. Al George.
The fainting goats have a condition known as myotonia, which is an inherited abnormality in muscle, which leads to a disturbance in the ability of the muscle to relax. This leads to their characteristic falling behavior in the field.
Oh dear, seems Mr. Darwin's theory is in trouble. Surely the myotonic goat is no more than lion fast food. Lion roars, goat falls down, lion eats. This is not survival of the fittest, Mr. Darwin. It's survival of the unfittest.
Shows how little you know about my theory. Now, sod off, I'm eating.
OK, so we can't disturb the great man. So let's go to the next best thing. Darwin expert Professor Abbott.
Survival of the fittest was a phrase that Darwin was initially uncomfortable with, and he eventually accepted it because of its simplicity. Imagine a population of, say, deer. And some of these deer run slowly and some run faster. And imagine there's a predator chasing these deer. It's a very simple idea that the individuals that run faster from the predator are more likely to survive and thus will fit better in their environment because of that trait of running faster. And if this happens over time, then eventually the population will evolve and become better fit. In other words, will be made up of nothing but fast-running deer.
Which cannot be why these goats are surviving. Let's face it, running away isn't an option for them. So what is their secret? Are they poisonous or something?
If you think about it, if you open up your fridge and you look inside your fridge and you open up your vegetable drawer, what you see is the product of hundreds, if not thousands of years of natural selection by breeders. With the myotonic goats, presumably the farmers that breed myotonic goats find the fainting or myotonia to be a trait that they actually desire in their goats. That's still natural selection, but the agent of selection, the hand of selection, is the farmer himself rather than a predator or a parasite.
I couldn't have put it better myself, lad.
So, far from being a proof that Darwin was wrong, the so-called fainting goat wins out over its rivals for two reasons. Partly because their condition makes for larger muscles and therefore more meat, which farmers like, and partly because they live in a special environmental niche where the predators are kept out by a man-made fence. Say goodbye to the fence, and we'll say goodbye to the myotonic goat. In a moment, we're going to discover where the male member is located. But first, we're off to the test department to find out just how quickly we can poison one of our favourite demonstrators. In the test department, they're throwing a party. And no party is complete without cakes. But Horace fumbles and suddenly, disaster strikes. Clearly, he's heard the old wives' tale that if you pick food up off the ground, within 5 seconds, it's safe to eat. The question is, Horace, is it true? The thought behind this pearl of wisdom is that it takes time for nasties like bacteria and viruses to stick to things. Pick it up quickly, and they won't have had a chance to hitch a ride. So, how can we test this theory on our party cakes? Well, how about using one of these, a UV black light? Pretty nifty, isn't it? Instead of using bacteria, we're going to use this fake gunk. If any of it ends up on our cakes, it will glow bright blue under the UV light. So, let's begin the test. The cake on the right is getting just 3 seconds of contact with the gunk, while the cake on the left gets a full-on 10-second plunge. More than enough for any nasty to stick to it. Now let's give them a flash with the light to see if there are any blue bits showing, and yes, both the 3 and the 10-second cake are now nicely iced with our fake bacteria. And, no doubt, with the real stuff too. So next time you drop some food on the floor, keep it well away from your chompers. Or suffer the consequences. Finally, on experimental, we've travelled to Frankfurt in Germany, a city where the women have some rather odd theories about their menfolk.
Their brain dropped down to their pants. Sorry, but that's how I feel about them, okay?
Oh, okay, fair enough. But is there any truth in this slightly bigoted assessment of the male of the species? Let's meet a man who's interested in finding that out. Dr. Christian Kell, a neuroscientist who's determined to find out not just how much of a man's brain is in his pants, but which bit of his brain is down there. It's all part of a project to map which parts of the brain are used for interpreting the sensation of touch. To achieve it, they used a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, a man and a toothbrush. The machine can see inside your brain as it works. The toothbrush, well, that can stimulate both your toe and other bits you might want to study. For years, we've known the somatosensory cortex, the strip of brain running up from behind the ears to the top on each side, is concerned with touch. And since the 1950s, scientists have assumed that the parts of the cortex that deal with the parts of the body are laid out like this. The head here, the hands here, the legs here, and for some strange reason, that part that should be between the legs, here, underneath the bit that deals with your feet. So what did Dr. Kell and his toothbrush find out? Was the old diagram correct?
There is a huge area devoted to the analysis of the hand, and lateral to it, another big area, which is the representation of the human face. This is due to the fact that in these regions, hand and face, you've got lots of receptors. You've got a high degree of discrimination in these areas. So there's more need of analysis, more need of computation. So the areas in which those body regions are represented are bigger than other body parts.
If our bodies were in proportion to the amount of brain dedicated to them, your average human would look like this. All head and hands.
Hi.
Nice. But what about the penis, which, according to the textbooks, should be beneath the bit of brain dealing with the feet? Let's find out how much brain that takes up.
We stimulated the tip of the penis and the shaft of the penis, as you can see here in green and in blue, and those two activations lie in the same spots. Therefore, the representation of the penis is very small.
But that's not all. According to the past experts, the area of the brain that should be lighting up is a bit beneath the area that deals with the toes. But when Dr. Kell's assistants started stimulating his subjects, they found that the bit that lit up was in fact right here, where it should be, between the bit of the brain that controls the abdomen and the bit dedicated to the legs. In so doing, they rewrote 40 years of medical knowledge.
We put the penis back where it belongs.
Welcome to Experimental, the science show where people freeze in the snow, toads dance, and women drink their pee. Coming up, why this man has a problem with chickens.
If you touch chickens, it increases the poultry pleasure in a scientific way.
And why this man has a problem with women. But first, we're off to Switzerland and the peaceful suburbs of Zurich. Or are they? Sadly not. You see, hidden deep beneath the snow-capped roofs, there lurks the sound of snoring. A sound so bad, it's driving some people to want to kill.
Tim!
But now there is potential relief for the long-suffering citizens of Zurich's snoring zone. No, Tibetan Buddhism has not put down new roots in the Alps. These frozen gnomes of Zurich are undertaking the latest low-tech cure to nighttime rumbles, prescribed by this man, Dr. Milo Puhan, and his team at the local hospital. The playing of the didgeridoo.
Well, with the didgeridoo, we try to exercise the muscles of the upper airways, and thereby the collapsibility of the airways is reduced, so we don't snore anymore, and you have less sleep apneas.
Snoring occurs when the muscles at the back of the throat relax and collapse in on one another, causing them to vibrate as we breathe in and out. In most cases, it simply causes a vibration and that annoying noise. But in some cases, the muscles get stuck together, blocking the airways and effectively stopping the patient breathing. It's called sleep apnea, and at the very least, it leads to the patient constantly waking up. But in the worst cases, it results in high blood pressure and heart disease. But what is it about playing the didgeridoo that's so beneficial? Why not the bagpipes or the trombone? Well, in part, it's the sound of the didgeridoo. It seems that its low frequencies give the throat the perfect massage, as Dr. Puhan's assistant, Dr. Brandley, will demonstrate to those of you who are not squeamish.
With the bronchoscope passing through the nose, I can show you where the snoring happens and the apneas. Further down in the nose, you will see a valve which closes the nose through the mouth, and where by vibration you have the snoring sound, and by complete closure you have the apneas.
And now, a television first. Didgeridoo playing as never seen before, from the inside. And you can immediately see what a workout the low frequency of the didgeridoo gives the throat. In addition to the good vibrations of the didgeridoo is the technique of circular breathing that it requires. To keep the note continuous, players have to breathe in through the nose at the same time as breathing out through the mouth. To achieve this, a skilled player blows normally from the lungs, keeping the cheeks full of air. To take a breath, he closes the glottis, the gap between the vocal cords, and blows the remaining air in his mouth into the didgeridoo while breathing in through his nose. And that strengthens exactly the muscles that collapse during snoring and sleep apnea.
At first I had 17 sleep apneas per hour in the night, and I was snoring. And after 5 to 6 months, I wasn't a snorer. I had no snoring acoustic, and I hadn't apneas.
There is one problem with the treatment, though. There is a danger that for some people, one unacceptable noise is replaced by another. In a moment, we'll be going to caress some chickens with Dr. Chuk in Singapore. But first, it's off to the test department and a man who's interested in caressing women. Our test department demonstrator, Horace, wants to have babies. And for that, he needs one of these. But Horace wants to ensure that his babies are as healthy as possible. And for that, he has raided the Experimentals library. After many hours, his eyes alight on the work of Swiss scientist Klaus Wedekind at the University of Bern. Apparently, he's come across evidence that women's choice of a mate is, in part, influenced by smell. Not the stuff out of a can, but good old-fashioned BO. The theory goes that women unconsciously sniff out men whose immune system is different from theirs, which could help to guarantee healthy babies. It's controversial stuff, but if it's true, it means that BO might be more important in courtship than most people think. Which is why we find Horace beefing up his whiff, prior to a spot of mate attracting. So, let's see if there are any women out there who find Horace's whiff the perfect pong for the creation of healthy offspring. Oh dear. Keep on dreaming, Horace. Later on Experimental, we'll be finding out how Australians feel about cane toads.
I think we've got to kill them.
But first, let's travel to Singapore, where they have a thing about chickens. Look at any menu in any restaurant in Singapore, and you'll find that chicken, in all its unusual varieties, dominates the dishes. From chicken rice to phoenix claws, which are, well, I think you can see what they are. But when they're not eating chickens, the citizens of Singapore seem to have pretty strong feelings about their welfare. At least, that would seem to be the case from research being carried out by Dr. Chuk at Nanyang Technological University.
When I was a little boy, my grandfather had a lot of chickens in the backyard, and I was the only child and an only grandchild, so most of my friends were chickens.
Ah, that's sweet, I think.
And it's shown, you know, by scientific tests that if you touch chickens, they grow faster and they lay more eggs, and so there's a measure of poultry pleasure, and it increases the poultry pleasure in a scientific way.
The chicken Dr. Chuk most likes to give poultry pleasure to is this cocky little chap, Chirp. With Dr. Chuk hard at work in his lab, Chirp spends most of his days alone in his sad green research cage, deprived of the human caress he craves so much. But not for long.
I wanted to develop a new type of system where no matter where you are in the world, whether you're off Earth or on the other side of the globe, you can actually have a communication with your pet through touch. And this is why we developed this system.
What Dr. Chuk is talking about is poultry internet touching, or PIT. You see, TV and radio deal with sound and vision, but no one has managed to transmit touch like this before.
If we touch ourselves, the signal is transmitted to our brain and we feel that feeling of touch sensation. In this case here, we're using the internet as kind of a nerve fibre.
Within our bodies, and chirps as well, lie thousands of nerve fibres and pressure-sensitive cells. So, when we pet our chickens, dogs or cats, their cells are stimulated and an electrical impulse travels up the nerves in their bodies to their brain. And thus they feel the caress of their beloved owner. It's much the same with us. On each of our hands, we have upwards of 17,000 of these cells, so our touch is very sensitive. For Dr. Chook's device, though, it's a bit more rough and ready. On the body of his remote chicken doll, he has placed 5 pressure-sensitive pads that detect when they are touched by him. That information is sent over the net to these vibrating widgets, placed in a handsome chicken suit. When the pads are touched by Dr. Chook, the widgets vibrate in the same place on the chicken's body.
So what we have here is the actual chicken jacket, and inside here we have sensors and also the touch mechanism. So when you put this on the chicken, it will feel the touch remotely. So very simply, you just get your pet chicken and very comfortably you put the jacket, and it's a very lovely and soft material, so it feels very comfortable for the chicken. And that's basically it. Just wears this jacket and it will feel the touch from anywhere in the world.
But hold on, Dr. Chook. Touch is a two-way thing. It's no good simply touching Chirp. We need to get an idea of how the poor bird is feeling.
So what happens is that in the backyard, we are tracking the pet chicken with a camera, and it sends the signal through the internet, and then this moving mechanism moves the doll according to the actual position of the chicken in the backyard. So I can see the pet chicken move represented by the pet doll here.
You can actually feel the chicken?
Yes, I can. I can actually change my touch according to how the chicken is moving, and I can also affect the chicken's movement by my touch.
So how does the chicken feel about this? Dr. Chook worked this out by having Chirp repeatedly choose between 2 coloured doors, behind one of which lay his stylish chicken suit.
What happens is that if it goes into the blue door, it will receive food and water and no poultry internet touching. And if it goes into the red door, it will receive the same food and water, but 10 minutes of the poultry internet jacket touching. Now, over a period of 1 month, we found that over 80% of the time, the chicken preferred the door where it will receive the poultry internet system. So we can actually, using this technique, prove that the chicken preferred to use that poultry internet jacket, and so it actually is feeling some kind of pleasure.
It might only be a few little pads vibrating, but it's enough to give Chirp pleasure. Something that's floating Dr. Chook's boat back in the lab.
It feels very exciting. It feels like I am actually physically interacting with my real pet, even though this pet could be in the other side of the world.
All this human-chicken interaction might seem odd, or indeed somewhat disturbing. But luckily for him, caressing chickens remotely is not the sole purpose of Dr. Chook's research.
This is just the first system. What we're really interested in is the wide area of human-to-pet communication using digital media. So what we see in the future is that people use this for their cats and for their dogs and their pet hamster.
Cats, dogs, hamsters, wives, girlfriends, complete strangers. Still to come on Experimental, how to save the planet with olive oil, and then celebrate with a slug of your own urine. But before the water sports, what about heading to the rainforest of Australia's Northern Territory with the aim of slaughtering a few cane toads? An alien species, these poison hoppers are described as the #1 threat to Australian wildlife. Environmentalists have been trying to wipe them out for years, with little success. But now there's new hope, because they've discovered that cane toads love to disco. It seems they have a fatal obsession with UV lights, as Graham Sawyer of Frogwatch, yes, Frogwatch, explains.
Well, once we found the toads were disco freaks and like hanging around those blue lights, we decided that that gave us a real edge in terms of trying to eradicate them. So we're now on on that pathway of wiping out cane toads using their disco habit.
Cane toads were brought to Australia in 1935 to eat the beetles that were destroying the country's sugarcane fields. The toads didn't fancy the beetles much, but they did love to breed. Today, there are around 100 million of them. They'll eat almost anything they can stuff in their mouths. Australian wildlife just can't compete. In the last 70 years, they've been travelling at up to 1.5 kilometres a night, and their relentless march has taken them right across Australia. Now they threaten Darwin, capital of the Northern Territories. The problem is, very few things in Australia can eat a cane toad. They contain a poison so strong, it can kill crocodiles, snakes, and just about any other predator in minutes. Even the eggs and tadpoles are poisonous. It's basically just man against the toads, but they've proved remarkably difficult to kill. But of course, no self-respecting Australian is going to let a toad get the better of him.
I think we've got to kill them. Simple as that. We've got to stop their advance, and we've got to stop them in their tracks before they start stuffing up our pristine wilderness.
And local Member of Parliament, David Tollner, has a simple solution.
I think there's many ways to deliver a killing blow, certainly with a golf club, lumps of wood, cricket bats will all do the job.
But even with the best handicap in the world, no golfer's ever going to stem the cane toad invasion with a 9-iron.
She's having a bit of fun.
What's needed is the perfect trap, baited with something a cane toad just can't resist.
Basically, we were playing around with different wavelengths of UV, and the shops in town had a number of different types of UV light, so we just decided, OK, give us one of each of those and we'll take them out and try them. And it was just over that wall over there where we set up the trap with the first black light on it, and it caught 109 cane toads in its first week.
But what's so special about UV light? Lynn Schwarzkopf of James Cook University.
It could be that there's something about UV light that attracts toads. There are animals that respond to UV light, not toads that I know of. But there are lots of insects that use UV light for orienting, and so it may be that more insects are attracted to the light, and that attracts more toads.
And now they're adding music to the light show.
Okay, put the cage down.
Schwarzkopf and colleague Ross Alford have been experimenting with the mating call of the male toad. If the toad is attracted by the mating call, then it should move to the source of the sound and ignore the dummy loudspeakers.
As it turns out, both males and females are quite attracted to the sound, probably because the sound of a calling male signals the presence of water, and they're always on the lookout for water.
We were talking about these things as little discos in the bush, but we've got one over behind me which has also got an audio system on it that plays the mating call of the male non-stop all night, so we've got music and disco lights.
It's a place where they like to hang out.
Yeah, we were waiting to see whether we caught all the teenage toads at that place.
I know what you're thinking. What happens to all the trapped cane toads now? Are they shipped off to the local golf club for driving practice? Some find their way into the local souvenir shops, but to be honest, that's a rather limited market. No, it turns out that cane toads might be of use to Australian agriculture after all. After they've been collected from the traps, the toads are bagged up and taken back to Darwin, where they're gassed with carbon dioxide and stored in the freezer before being carted off to the local fertiliser plant. And if any escape, well, at least we know where to find them. In a moment, we're off to the kitchens of the University of Toronto to meet a man who thinks he can power the world with olive oil. But before that, let's knock off to the test department for a gulp of the amber nectar. Meet Tester X. She does have a name, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Why? Because she is about to do something she doesn't want her friends to know about. She's going to drink her own wee-wee. But before we watch her gulp, let's just find out what this wee stuff is. Basically, it's the rubbish the kidneys flush out. Principally salts, a liquid called urea, and finally the stuff which makes it watery, which is, well, water. So back to the main event. Although our tester is strange, she's not so odd. What she's going to do is get rid of the bits of the urine and keep the water. And for that, she's going to use a very basic chemical technique: distillation. What happens is that the nice, clean and sweet-to-the-taste water is boiling off, whilst the nasty, yellow, you don't want to drink them type bits are being left behind. Once the steam condenses at the end of this pipe, there's nothing left other than good old H2O. Nice, and very useful if you've never heard of a tap. Environmentalists are always banging on about energy. How we need to cut down on the amount we use, or else it's all going to run out. Moan, moan, moan. Trouble is, they're probably right. So what if I told you that somebody had invented a way of harnessing freely available energy that was cheap, practically invisible, and completely wireless? Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Well, here at the University of Toronto, Professor Ted Sargent is doing just that. Inside this bottle are millions of tiny particles called quantum dots that can be painted onto the surface of just about everything. Each dot is a microscopic solar panel capable of converting infrared light from the sun's rays into usable electricity. And the raw material for this nanotechnology miracle is more at home in the kitchen than in the lab. It's olive oil.
Yeah, we basically grow these quantum dots, these little semiconductor particles, in a vat of olive oil.
What's going on is little more than clever cooking. Two chemicals are added to the oil and some fancy heating and bubbling goes on until you end up with quantum dots of semiconductor, each a few billionths of a meter in diameter. And it's that size that makes them tuned to infrared light. In the future, appliances coated with them should be able to power themselves, not only from infrared light streaming through the window, but even more amazingly, because they are tuned to infrared light, the best lit appliances could share surplus energy with those in the shade by producing infrared beams of their own. And this is how it works. The quantum dot solution is sprayed between a sandwich of electrical materials. When infrared energy from the sun or from another appliance hits them, the dots get excited and lose electrons, which travel as an electrical current. This current can then be used to power whatever the sandwich is connected to. Traditional solar cells work a similar way, but they haven't really taken off because they need great big chunks of silicon that are expensive and very difficult to make.
So nanotechnology, through engineering at the atomic and the molecular scale, is giving us control of over these materials so they can harness the sun's power efficiently.
The sun blasts our planet with 10,000 times more energy than we currently consume through power stations. And to match our energy needs, we'd only need to cover 1/1000th of the Earth's surface with Ted's quantum dots. That's roughly the same as the area of the USA that is paved. And with our ever more power-hungry lifestyles, perhaps it won't be long until we see contractors painting office blocks with Ted's techno salad dressing. Mind you, if all the olive oil is going to be used to help power the world, what on earth are we going to put on our salad? Welcome to Experimental, the science show for airheads, garden designers, and people who hate washing up. Coming up, why the colour of your car might make seagulls do this, and why being eaten by worms might cure asthma. But first, let's find out what some men don't want their girlfriends to catch them doing in their bedroom. That's right, playing the air guitar, the instrument that brings out the twit in every ageing adolescent. But travel north to sunny Finland and you'll find something quite remarkable.
This is my favorite move.
The air guitar has left the bedroom and is strutting its stuff quite openly in the street. And even odder, some of these airheads are girls. But stranger still, head into the hallowed lab of the Helsinki University of Technology in Finland, and you'll find a group of graduate students, Juha, Timu and Aki, who are dedicated not only to bringing the air guitar out of the bedroom, but making it into a real instrument, capable of bending the ears of the older generation the world over.
So this is the prototype. So I have my virtual air guitar by my hands. I use the right hand for making plucks, and the left hand is used for making slides. And by the right hand, I also have a little whammy bar effect. So mix all this together with some air guitar attitude and you have your rock music. And you don't have to worry about playing wrong, because the musical intelligence of the system takes care that everything fits nicely together.
It's pretty clever, but doesn't having all those wires connected to your gloves kind of stifle your cool? Welcome now to the wireless air guitar. The idea is that a camera tracks the movement of your hands and then works out their position against a virtual guitar in its memory. The closer your hands are together, the higher the notes.
Instead of using magnetic trackers with wiring, we're using computer vision.
OK, so even the artist at the time of writing known as Prince would not have chosen orange gloves. But there is a good reason for this fashion faux pas.
We chose orange because it's a color not usually found in clothes.
But what's really clever is the computer makes sure that what you're playing actually sounds good. Well, goodish. But how easy is it to play?
Check this.
This player has been on the guitar for exactly 20 seconds, and already the women are flocking to him. Other players who strummed away when the boys exhibited their system at the local science museum didn't have quite the same charisma. But that's one of the great things about their guitar. Even if you can't strut your stuff like Bon Jovi, with a click of a button, you can sort of sound a tiny bit like them.
One of the biggest things was that we added a solo mode where you can use the top 3 strings in the guitar to play solo modes. And the playing mode generally boosts your actions to make the sound more vibrant.
OK, that's enough of the beginners. Let's see the expert air guitarist rip. Ultimately, the 3 boys are going to hit the market with a system that can help you play a repertoire of classic guitar hits. Players will be able to strut their stuff just like guitar karaoke, but the computer will correct all the bum notes. Perhaps in the future, they'll even come up with a microphone that will make you sound like a lead singer. But sadly, this virtual rock star sounded so bad, we had to cut her sound out. In a moment, a shitty story about birds.
Bristol University needs 2 professors of pooology now, don't they?
But first, some practical advice to divers. Welcome to the test department's Unlikely Survival Guide, in which we learn how to kill a great white shark. It's easy. You hold onto its tail to stop it swimming forwards. Why does this work? When a shark swims, the water enters its mouth, then passes out again through the gills on either side of the head. It's the gills that suck the oxygen out of the water, allowing the shark to breathe. By stopping the shark swimming forwards, you'll stop the flow of water over the gills and the shark will eventually drown. However, do remember that some scientific facts are more practical than others. Coming up, the latest in water features for your garden, brought to you by the Test Department. But first, we're off to the west of England to look at why birds are responsible for that other weekend task, cleaning the car. It's happened to us all. You've spent all Sunday afternoon cleaning your pride and joy when from out of the blue... Yes, quite. Or avian excreta, as it's more formally known. At first, you're convinced that the bird must have deliberately targeted your car. But they're only stupid birds. They couldn't really do that, could they? Well, Charles West and Liam Chowdhury from the University of Bristol believe that birds may indeed single out particular cars for special attention. It's a radical idea, and like many great theories, it was conceived in a pub.
We were just a few of the mates, having a little discussion, and one of them said, "Oh yeah, I think that the birds, they poo on dark cars, or because they're similar colour to the sea, so dark blue or blue cars."
So immediately the debate started, and we thought if we get enough information, we'd be able to disprove this idea.
Buoyed by this desire, they enlisted 40 university colleagues and in just one day surveyed over 1,700 cars for bird poo. They created a simple table and filled in the number of poos next to the colour of each car. The final result was as surprising as it was conclusive.
We put all the information in, and out came the result.
Yeah, it was worthwhile us doing that, because it wasn't blue cars in the end. It turns out that white cars are the most popular ones.
Astonishingly, the birds in Bristol appeared to have an overwhelming preference for white cars, way and above all the other colours. So had they stumbled across something significant, or were their results a load of... To find out for sure, we need to know if little beady eyes can distinguish a car's colour as well as we can. Here's avian behaviour expert Professor Innes Cuthill from the University of Bristol.
Well, we're certainly proud of our own colour vision, and we can see much better than most other mammals. However, I think a bird would think of us as having pretty poor colour vision. Birds can see hues and wavelengths of light to which we're completely blind.
Human eyes are limited compared to birds because they're only sensitive to 3 colours of light: red, green and blue. On the back wall of the eye, tiny cells called cones fire off electrical signals when they're hit by the colour of light that they're sensitive to. In combination, these 3 cell types enable us to see a whole range of colours. Birds' eyes are sensitive to a 4th colour, ultraviolet. This means that their visible range is wider and they're able to see colours that are impossible for us to even imagine. So birds have fantastic colour vision, but that doesn't really explain why they choose to poo on white cars. Professor Cuthill, for one, thinks that there must be an alternative explanation.
I guess my hunch was that rather than birds being selective as to which coloured cars they pooed on, it was something to do with where people with different coloured cars parked. So if they were more likely to park under a tree where starlings were roosting, or near buildings where seagulls were living.
To see if Professor Cuthill's parking theory holds water, Experimental set up an experiment. We swapped the motors for dustbins, one white and one black, and left them in an aviary full of seabirds from around the world. The question was which bin would prove more attractive to their bottoms. 1 week later, and the results were in. Would our experiment support the Bristol study, or would the doubting professor be proved correct?
And the results? The black bin has 3 poos, whilst the white bin has 7.
I'm frankly quite stunned. So that does suggest there might be something in this.
So assuming birds really do target white cars, the question remains, why? Experimental believes that the seagulls see the white cars as giant rivals who need to be dumped on.
Some birds certainly do use feces as a defensive weapon. Again, mainly seabirds, in conjunction often with vomit, they'll use their feces ballistically.
So while it does seem that, statistically speaking, white cars get a bum deal, the reason is something that science still needs to get to the bottom of.
I think we have stumbled on something here, haven't we? People want to know. People want to know if their cars are being targeted, don't they? Everyone feels a victim of bird poo. I think it's something they want answered.
Yeah, I think Bristol University needs 2 professors of pooology now, don't they?
Still to come on Experimental, the medical benefits of intestinal worms and what every technohead needs for the kitchen. It's spring in the test department, and what better time to tend to the delicate plants and flowers in the test department garden? But what good is a garden without a water feature? Well, maybe a nice sit down will help to think things through. And what could be more refreshing for the brain cells than a cool glass of cola and a couple of chewy mints? Well, perhaps that's not such a great combo, but it does give our demonstrator a corker of an idea. You see, used separately, the cola and mints are a refreshing pick-me-up, but mix them together and things get a lot more interesting. Two things are probably happening. First, the mints reduce the surface tension of the cola, As a result, the bubbles of CO2 find it easier to break through. But that's not all. The CO2 bubbles also use the rough surface of the dissolving mint as a kind of ladder to help them make their escape. So there you go, an instant water feature that you can take anywhere, and it's good to eat too, although I'm not sure what it does to the plants. In our next visit to the test department, we'll be making the world's strongest house of cards. But first we ask how intestinal worms could help England win the World Cup in 2014. Asthma. At the very least, it can wreck a young footballer's dream of scoring 6 against Brazil. But for an estimated 180,000 people a year, it can mean death. But if Professors John Britton and David Pritchard from the University of Nottingham are right, there could be a cure, although not one to everybody's liking. That's right. A gut full of worms could be the cure, not just for asthma, but a wide range of other allergies too. Luckily, they are not the big variety, but parasitic hookworms, which grow to about 1 centimetre long. But why did the team think a worm might be the cure the world's been waiting for?
I think to understand why we're using worms to treat asthma, we have to go back to the immune system in its totality. If I can explain the immune system as simply as I can, it's a compartmentalized system. So you have one compartment that's geared up to fight bacteria and viruses, and another distinct compartment that's geared up to fight worm infections. And if that compartment overreacts, we develop allergic disease, rhinitis, asthma, hay fever.
One of the things that got the team interested in these little worms was when John Britton went to Ethiopia to study asthma.
There's good evidence that around the world, when countries become more affluent, the prevalence of asthma and some other traditional Western diseases increases. We looked at the prevalence of asthma in the urban area of Gennai in Ethiopia and then in rural surrounding villages. And we found there was a great deal more asthma in the town, not as much as you would get in a developed country, but a lot more in the town than in the surrounding areas, just a few miles away.
When he discussed this with Prof. Pritchard, who had been looking at the effect of hookworms on populations in New Guinea, the pair became convinced that hookworms might be having an effect on the immune system. The idea isn't new, it's been around for decades. Their theory is this: the part of the body's immune system that has evolved to fight worm infections is also capable of going on the rampage and causing problems like asthma and hay fever. The good news about hookworms is that they seem to have discovered a way of pacifying the immune system. This allows the worms to live in peace, but might also stop the immune system from causing allergies. But how did they test the effect the worms were having on the immune system? You've guessed it. Luckily, you don't have to eat the worms. Worse, they eat into you. They're microscopic larvae chewing through your skin. Nice. In a blind study, the team infected 10 healthy adults with between 10 and 100 worms. But what was the perfect dose? Too few and nothing might happen, and too many and you could end up feeling very ill indeed.
The person who got 100 is the bravest person, and she felt pretty sick.
In fact, as it turns out, 10 is more than enough.
So far, the team's results suggest that a small infestation of hookworms does have an effect on the immune system. But will it stop allergies like hay fever and asthma?
Here's the infection that we're going to give you.
The first trials are starting up. But will people want their guts full of worms, even if it stops them wheezing?
Okay.
This could be a major breakthrough. But ultimately, the pharmaceutical industry will want a hookworm mimic, a molecule from the parasite that mimics the effect of the whole infection. So that's the downstream ambition of the project.
Pill or worm, it will come as a welcome relief to anyone whose life is plagued by a tight chest and the dreaded wheeze. Before Experimental heads to the kitchen of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, let's head to our own institution for a spot of R&R. There's a card school going on down at the test department. But being the test department, it's no poker game. The money is on whether it is possible to build a house of cards strong enough to take someone's weight. Here are two ways of building a card house, both borrowed from real engineering. The traditional truss form with its ziggy-zaggy bits and the more modern closed cell system. In the real world, the truss system was much loved by Victorian engineers who could knock out super strong bridges in a couple of weeks, the forces being directed down the diagonal beams. The cell system is often used in skyscrapers where a strong core of cells is built in the middle, which supports the weight of the floors and exterior walls. Going for aesthetics, the test department first tried the truss, but didn't get very far. Next up, the closed cell system was tried. It's a lot easier to build and soon half the table is covered with cards. But can this structure take the weight of a test department demonstrator? Let's see. Fantastic. Rock solid so long as the forces are straight up and down. Subject it to a simulated earthquake with the forces coming from the side, and it collapses. Well, like a house of cards. Finally on Experimental, cooking for nerds. In Cambridge, near Boston, Massachusetts, is the home of Leonardo Bonanni, a man who wants to revolutionise life in the kitchen. Currently, he's developing his ideas in the Media Lab at MIT and is part of a group they call the Counterintelligence Group.
We're in the kitchen of the Media Lab. Kitchens have always been a very technological space and the first place where most technologies enter the home.
It's a pretty cool place, full of things like indoor greenhouses to keep your salads alive for a month, cloths that tell you the heat of the food as you bring it out of the oven.
Careful, it's hot.
And this prototype tap, which tells you if the water is hot or cold. But pride of place is this, thing. Leonardo's dish maker. What gets Leonardo's goat more than anything else is crockery. It's not the washing up he doesn't like, it's the space the stuff takes up. So his idea is a machine that makes the tableware right there in your own kitchen.
The dish maker that you see here is still an early prototype. We've only been working on the concept for 2 years.
2 years? Blimey. They're not exactly big on finish at the Media Lab, but the concept is cool. The idea is this. Dishes take up a lot of space. But if we can make them flat, they take up next to no space at all. So the idea of the machine is that you have a small box in the kitchen filled with hundreds of flat dishes that can then pop out finished crockery like this at the touch of a button. Brilliant. It seems Leonardo has managed to add a big machine to your house, which can produce hundreds of plastic plates that you then have to store. A bit stupid, that. But actually, it's not that dumb. Once you've used the dish, you put it back in the machine, press another button, and it goes flat again.
It will always remember how it used to be, and it will be able to pop back, like a rubber band. When you stretch rubber, it always goes back to the same shape. Here, you have to soften the material with heat to stretch it out. Once you cool it, there's a stress in it, and so when you heat it again, like a rubber band, it pops back to the shape that it used to be.
This phenomenon is called shape memory, found in some plastics. Take Captain Plastic here. So long as he doesn't get too hot, he's as strong as they come. But whack a bit of heat on him, and you can push him into any shape you like. Take the heat away, and he'll stay down, even though he's constantly trying to get back into his original position. To get him back there, all you need to do is to reapply the heat, and he'll do the rest. Ultimately, Leonardo hopes that machines as small as this could supply large institutions with all their crockery needs, freeing up masses of storage space.
I think this prototype shows the basic concept, which is to make dishes and recycle them all within a machine the size of a dishwasher that doesn't consume any more power than your toaster oven.
All very clever, but Leonardo hasn't managed to crack the biggest problem with crockery in the kitchen. Sure, the machine can recycle just fine, but it can't do the washing up. Welcome to Experimental, the science show where men play with robots, robots play with cows, and insects fly aeroplanes. Coming up, we separate this man's head from his shoulders and find out how a high-tech pair of trainers could force this kid off computer games. But first, World Championship Football. Freiburg Football Stadium in Germany. For one night only, robots are attempting to take over the world's favourite game, and we're hunting the man responsible for this atrocity. Professor Bernhard Nabel is an expert in artificial intelligence, and his robot is the first ever developed to take on a human at football and win.
My specialty is AI and robotics, and I'm trying to build robots that can play soccer and then are able to beat the human world champions.
A robot that can beat Brazil? What on earth does Bernhard's creation look like? Well, something like this, actually. And the contest isn't taking place in a stadium. It's in a pub around the corner. Bernhard's robot plays table football and is rather good at it. So good that later tonight it's going to be taking on world champion Thierry Muller. Bernhard is Professor of Artificial Intelligence and Robotics at the University of Freiburg. He made his name building robots that play football against robots. And they've won the Robo World Cup 3 times. But Bernhard's dream is that one day his World Cup winning robot team could take on a human team and kill them. But with strikers like this, he's got a long way to go, which is why he's gone back to basics.
Well, you switch to a game that is a bit simpler, and a bit simpler is this game here, which is table soccer, where you have a lot of control, but still there's all this uncertainty you have, and, well, now we built such a system.
Bernhard's creation is a robotic wonder. It features 8 powerful motors that slide and twist the 4 playing rods. An infrared camera updates the position of the ball 50 times a second. And against a random sample of people, it wins 75% of the time. Which makes Bernhard's machine the first in history that can beat humans at a physical game.
That was a 3rd goal against me. Annoying.
It's so popular that a commercial version has now been made. The camera is now underneath, and it even pays for itself. It's great at beating PhD students, but we wanted to know how it would cope against a real challenge. So we set up a showdown against 8-time German and 1-time world champion Thierry Muller. No wonder Bernhard's looking nervous. So a bright start by these two players in this first of 6 goals match. The robot, of course, playing in its usual home colours of blue. Both teams trying not to take any chances here. Oh, great goal from midfield, 1-0 to the robot. But they're off again, nice control from Thierry there. Oh, great reply. Lovely tour, caught the defence napping there. Oh, terrible slip up by the goalie there. He won't want to see that one again. 3-1. And the robot really is in charge. Can Thierry make it back from here? 3-2. And another. Thierry's really turning on the style. 5-3. Just one more needed for victory. And it's there. The human race wins again. And luckily, like any good manager, Bernhard has the excuses ready.
Was not in the best form, it has problems, and 6-3 is actually, I think, a very good result.
But what about our world champion? Conceding 3 goals against a robot, you must be sick as a parrot, Thierry.
A little bit, but I win.
But maybe not for long.
We are working on making the machine much better, and well, one way to do that is to use imitation learning techniques so that we watch what the human does and then learn from it and improve the style of playing.
So, Thierry, however good you think you are, soon the computer will be watching and learning from your every move. But, for the time being at least, humans rule. In a moment, experimental meets the insects, destined to take over in the cockpit. But first, let's go to the test department for a spot of hanging and drowning. The human head, essential feature, or just somewhere to keep your hat? It's clear that our heads are crammed full of useful stuff, but just how much does a human head actually weigh, and how on earth do you work it out? On the face of it, it's a simple task. But when you try it for real, you soon come up against some serious problems. There are, of course, some rather drastic solutions to the problem, but decapitating scientists for entertainment is a bit of a no-no these days, at least on this channel. But fear not, there is a slightly safer way to isolate the head from the body. The test department's Head Separator 3000 system. By dangling our demonstrator upside down, the head hangs freely. Job done. But what about the weight? Well, that's what the bucket's for. That's right, we're going to dunk him. The water that spills over the edge will be directly proportional to the volume of his head. And because a good bit of us is water, that water will weigh pretty much the same as our demonstrator's head. So here are the results. Our demonstrator's head displays 6.5 litres of water, giving a weight of approximately 6.5 kilos. Remember, if you've got a tricky problem to solve, don't lose your head. In a moment, we'll be finding out if one of these can be flown by one of these. And the test department will unveil their new propulsion system for submarines. But first, let's head down to the farm and fondle some udders. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and with military precision, dairy workers in hundreds of farms across Britain are preparing cows for the first milking of the day. But not on this farm. This is Manor Farm in Oxfordshire. Some of the cows are having a lie-in, Others are enjoying their breakfast. And there's not a human in sight. On this farm, it's the cows, not humans, that dictate the milking timetable. And it's all thanks to a robot that allows the cows to be milked whenever they feel like it. Welcome to the first organic dairy farm to be fully robotic. Farmer Neil Rowe is the man in charge. He believes that the key to keeping cows healthy is to make them happy. The entire farm is a shrine to bovine joy, and at the heart of it is a piece of seriously high-tech wizardry.
Basically, we have a robot which interacts with the cows and the cows with it, and we've created what is a voluntary milking system.
Dairy cows can produce on average 30 litres of milk a day, but can only carry 10 litres in their udders, so milking is crucial to keeping them comfortable. When they feel full, they wander over to the milking shed and queue up for the robot. It's designed to be a pleasurable experience to keep the cows coming back. The robot recognises a tag around the cow's neck as it enters and calculates how much milk it will have produced since its last visit. It then mixes up a meal to replace the exact protein and carbohydrate that the cow is about to lose. Rotating brushes sterilise and massage the cow's teats to stimulate the milk flow, and vacuum pumps latch on, guided by a series of invisible lasers. The milk from each quarter of the udder is collected separately, and its exact protein and fat content analysed and logged into a central computer.
The cows are very, very relaxed, and they're much quieter than they would be in a conventional farm where people are telling them what to do.
And it's all to the soothing tones of classical music.
Yeah, normally the cows like to listen to Mozart, and they do seem to like listening to it. And there is some scientific evidence to say that when they're listening to Mozart, the cows transfer the milk from their udder into this jar up to 10% faster.
The robotic system isn't a new idea. It's been around for years, but was originally developed for highly intensive factory farming, where the cows spend their short lives in concrete sheds and are pumped full of drugs to hold off disease. Where Neil is unique is in his approach to the technology. He recognised how the robot's features could be integrated into an organic ethos, where the cows are free to enjoy the finer things in life, and rampant disease is a thing of the past. His cows are happy cows. But don't just take our word for it. Dr. Dirk Zaire is one of the world's top bovine experts. And he's a big fan of Neil's setup. Blimey, I'm glad he's not my doctor.
The uterus is a 3. Milk consistency is about a 3. And the digestibility is a 1. So that is very good. The nice thing about Neil's farm is he does not use drugs. We do alter it here with management, because management is the key how to improve this. And Neil's farm is the proof of the pudding, so to speak. His disease incidence is very low. His culling rate is very low, which is a sign on itself of happy, healthy cows. You see here, eating my hand, eating from my hand. Well, you know, this is a happy animal.
Now that Neil's gone robotic, he only has to visit the farm a couple of times each day for routine maintenance. And this frees him up to spend more time with his family.
There are one or two farmers' wives I know that are not too keen on it because it means their husbands are around a lot more.
So Neil gets to do the school run now. And he's also spent time pioneering a system that selects milk with particular qualities.
We can actually ask the robot to select milk from Pacific cows which are producing the highest quality milk for making ice cream. There's no other way of doing that in a conventional system.
This ice cream manufacturer in Oxford is able to specify the exact protein and fat levels it needs for the perfect scoop. And they're so proud of it, they have Neil's cows on the wall.
This is a win-win situation, that the cows can win by having a better lifestyle. The farmer wins because he has more time and a better return on his investment. The consumer wins because they're getting a better product.
And the final word goes to Daisy, which I think means I couldn't agree more. On Experimental, we like to ask the difficult questions, such as, why is it you can't get a good cup of tea on an aeroplane? Well, let's see what happens when our intrepid aviator Etienne and his trusty kettle take to the skies. At takeoff, the kettle is happy to boil away at exactly 100 degrees centigrade. As he rises through the clouds, something very odd begins to happen. As the air pressure drops with altitude, so does the temperature at which the water boils. By the time Etienne gets to 10,000 feet, the water is boiling at a mere 90 degrees Celsius. And as he climbs through 30,000 feet, it's dropped even further, to around 70 degrees Celsius. But what's Etienne got to do with tea on a jetliner? Well, the pressure inside a jet plane is kept at around 8,000 feet, which means that the boiling temperature of water is down to around 90 centigrade. And as every Englishman will tell you, that's simply not hot enough to get the full flavour out of the tea leaves. Coming up, fireworks for your goldfish, courtesy of the test department. But first, an item to freak out anyone with a fear of flying.
Roger, Red Leader, turn 360, grade 5.
Ever wonder how the brain of a Top Gun works? How it can make thousands of life or death decisions in a few fractions of a second? Well, that was one of the questions running through the mind of Dr. Jack Gray of the University of Saskatchewan in Canada. But he wasn't interested in sticking wires into the brains of the flyboys. He wanted to study a pilot that could knock any Top Gun for 6. Meet the Locust, the ultimate formation flyer.
I'm pretty fond of them. They're very well-adapted creatures. They are much more complex than we have thought, and as we learn more, we discover how much more complex they actually are.
What Dr. Gray wanted to do was to find out how the locust's primitive nervous system allowed it to fly and navigate in massive swarms without constantly colliding into its mates. So how do you study an insect flying? Meet Loco Simulator 1. First, the locust is fixed to a small length of fishing line and then suspended in a specially designed wind tunnel. As soon as the fan begins to turn, the locust feels the wind over its head and does what locusts do best: fly. The locust moves freely, allowing Dr. Gray to film and study its natural behaviour. And to make the locust do more than simply fly forward, Dr. Gray projected images of possible objects onto a screen inside the wind tunnel. What he found confirmed his suspicions, that the locust's brain was extremely responsive.
It has very fast neurons that can detect approaching objects and allowing the locust to make that very fast decision as to where to go.
So what are these neurons he talks about? Watch what happens when a stimulus enters our flyboy's head.
Oh, I say, look at those eyes. What is it?
The stimulus fires up millions of neurons. And whilst he thinks a lot, making a decision seems to take a long time.
Ready to go.
Now, let's see things from the locust point of view.
Bye-bye.
Not many neurons involved, and a fast, simple decision. Dr. Gray's wind tunnel had proved to him that locust brains can react extremely fast to stimulus. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to dig deeper and actually see what their brains were doing. And for that, he needed a new simulator. Now the Locust is mounted on a small pillar, with sensors monitoring its nervous system. Instead of the crude images of LocoSim 1, the Locust is now immersed in a virtual reality world and is free to fly wherever it wants to.
When the Locust is in the flight simulator, we've actually turned it into a joystick. And so when the Locust tries to move, that signal moves the environment in a way the Locust might expect it to.
Although it's a long way off, there are some who think we may be able to use the signals coming from the Locust nervous system to control not just the simulator, like Dr. Gray has, but tiny aircraft that can fly by themselves. However, it's going to take a long time for a human Top Gun to turf the Top Guns out of the cockpit. Still to grace your screens, high-tech trainers designed to get this little lad off the couch. But first, someone told the test department that fireworks burn underwater. Rather than just fluttering her eyelashes and trying to look interested, this test department tester decided she'd find out. Naturally, with fireworks being very dangerous, a firework testing 3000 machine needed to be constructed. OK, so it's a fish tank and a plank of wood, but it'll do the trick. And now for the big moment. Will the firework burn underwater? Light the blue touch paper, stand well back, and dip. It works! Our little friend wasn't telling porky pies after all. But why is it working? Well, water does have oxygen in it. That's why we call it H2O. But that's not what's happening here. When a firework burns, it uses oxygen that's locked up in the chemicals within the firework itself. So not only can it burn underwater, but it would also do the same quite happily on the moon.
That may be so, but remember, this experiment is very dangerous and environmentally extremely irresponsible. Just look at that mess!
People have been banging on about obesity for so long that some adults seem to have actually heard the message and are trying their best to tramp off the pounds. Sadly, for every extra step taken by the big people in the gym, there's another section of the population taking another bite. That's right, kids. And that's got experts like Jane Wardle very worried.
Childhood obesity is a tremendous problem in all Western countries at the moment. Overweight in childhood puts you on a track for becoming an overweight adult with all the health costs that that's associated with. And you may also see health costs in childhood of being overweight. For example, raised blood pressure, raised lipids, even, in extreme cases, you'll see insulin resistance and the development of diabetes in childhood.
But try telling that to a kid just 6 kills short of level 9. The house could fall down and they'd never notice. However, Gillian Swan of Brunel University thinks she's got an invention that could do the trick.
Well, I wanted to tackle obesity by finding an alternative to diet. So I looked at what children like doing, which I found to be watching television, and tried to tie this in so that television was the reward.
Gillian is an expert in embedded technology, the art of sticking technology into everyday objects. And the object she stuck her technology into, shoes. The idea is that a sensor in the shoe detects the amount of steps you've taken each day. And when you get home, the shoe tells your TV or game station how far you've walked. Clock up a decent distance and the TV will switch on for a set amount of time. When the time runs out, the screen goes black, and the only way you can switch things on again is to get off the sofa and start exercising. To get a full hour's worth of electronic frills, a kid would have to clock up 6,000 paces, or almost 5 kilometres. But with kids watching around 2.5 hours of TV a day, they'll need to schlep nearly 12 kilometres to gain their full reward.
Well, I think it's a really neat idea. In our experience of working with very overweight and obese children in treatment, is that children can quite enjoy any little gizmo which will measure their steps and can get quite into trying to increase their number of steps. So if the shoes could do the trick, then that would be good news.
So, if the square-eyed shoes catch on, we might just see kids using their trainers for, well, training. Welcome to Experimental, the science show where soldiers wee on their food, eyes explode, and ducks talk. Coming up, why drinking and mobile phones don't mix in Finland. How Boeing is going to have to rely on paper plane fanatics to design their next airliner. And how this man can open a van with his head from 80 metres. But first, Experimental has come to Natick, Massachusetts to meet a man who thinks that this strange collection of stuff is the greatest food on Earth. He's one of the US Army's top food scientists, and he's kind of proud of what he does, as you're about to see.
Hi, I'm Jerry Dash, the director of the Department of Defense Combat Feeding System. What that fancy title means is that I'm actually the chief cook and bottle washer for the United States Department of Defense. At the moment, we have about 1.2 million warfighters who consume and use the products we have. They all carry weapons, so it's in our best interest not to antagonize them. In today's battlefield, we have really three combat ration platforms. One is the individual combat ration platform. I'm sure a lot of you folks are familiar with the Meal Ready to Eat, or MRE. Not too long ago, that stood for Meals Rejected by Everybody. We have now taken that MRE to Meals Relished by Everyone. What you see here is a ration that we entitled Unitized Group Ration Express. Basically, it's a kitchen in a carton. It requires no fuel, no cook, and no equipment. All you do is pull a tab. There's an exothermic reaction that generates a lot of heat, and you have a piping hot meal for 18 soldiers anywhere in the battlefield, no matter how remote they are. We also have a special purpose ration, which we currently field for our reconnaissance pilots, very high altitude missions, and these particular products are used through the mask feeding through a pressurized helmet.
Apart from being high-tech and possibly low cuisine, there is one thing that all these foods have in common. They're all heavy, and most of their weight comes from this stuff: water. In fact, the water content of a standard issue 3-meal ration weighs about the same as an M16 rifle. Which is why Jerry and his friends have come up with this, Ration X. Freeze-dried food which you can rehydrate with this. Yes, nasty, dirty, brackish water. The kind more deadly than enemy fire. Unfortunately, this grunt wimped out when it came to the eating bit, but Jerry has faith in his science, so let's see him try.
And we would take some water that does not look particularly appealing, and we would fill the pouch up to about here. That's basically what the product would look like. And what I'd like to do is open this up and dump it in this bowl. Okay, we're gonna put this down. And as we say in the Department of Defense here in the Combat Feeding Program in Natick, the proof is in the pudding. Delicious. Heaven.
Okay, he didn't drop dead, but why? It's all to do with a membrane that separates the food from the dirty water. It's full of holes less than 2 nanometers wide, much smaller than the smallest bacteria and viruses, but larger than a water molecule, which means water can get through, but the nasties cannot. That's all very well when the grunts are fighting near water. But what if they're out in the desert? Yep, you've guessed it. If you get really, really desperate, you can occasionally use your own personal source of water to rehydrate your meal. But we don't suggest you make a habit of it. Still to come on Experimental, funny walks in Finland, the ultimate paper plane in Nottingham, and why chewing gum blocks up the toilets. But first to the test department for some heady science. Our test department team are always thinking of new and exciting ways to make life easier for themselves, or ideally, effort-free. And Horace here was struck the other day by a crucial and important laziness issue. How can you lock your car when you're too far away to use the bleeper thing? You can't imagine what he tried rather than walking the 50 feet back to the car. But eventually he came up with putting the bleepy thing against his head. What? It can't be true. Well, let's see. At 45 feet away, we can see the efficiency of the bleepy thing has dropped right off. We call this the no bleep zone. But using his bleep through the head system, we can push the boundaries of the no bleep zone right back to an amazing 25 meters. Why? Well, it seems to have to do with radio waves. The bleeper sends out a stream of them, and Horace thinks that if he can increase the size of the aerial, he can increase the bleeper's range. His theory is that putting the transmitter onto his head results in an aerial exactly 1 Horace bigger. He's also tried to improve his radio reception by sticking its aerial in his mouth. He swears this works, but we remain suspicious of his theories. Later on Experimental, the test department will be firing eyeballs. But first, let's head north to sunny Finland. Welcome to Finland and the northern town of Oulu. Thank you. In the summer, this place is a beach resort, but in winter it gets so cold, the sea freezes. You'd have to be mad to be outside on a day like this. But when we heard that somebody here had invented a device that was set to eradicate mobile phone theft forever, and that they were using vodka in their research, well, we were here in a shot. Strictly in the name of science, of course. Professor Heikki Elisto is an expert in identification, but his latest invention doesn't use traditional biometrics like fingerprints or iris scans. Instead, it measures gait, the way that we walk.
Theft of mobile phones is a big problem. For example, in UK, 5% of all thefts are mobile phone related.
And that's what Heikki is trying to combat by using a new kind of biometrics, measuring the way people walk. The idea is a simple one. Your phone sits in your pocket or bag as normal, but it constantly monitors your movements as you go about your everyday life. It learns how you move. So if someone steals your phone, the phone will know it's not you and will lock up.
We grabbed the idea and we started working on a very small-scale test or experiment to see if it really works.
Heikki's latest prototype makes use of a tiny motion sensor. Once fitted inside a mobile phone body, it measures movement in 3 directions. Side to side, that's the yellow line. Up and down, the red line. And forward and back, the green line. And it actually works, as Heidi here will demonstrate. The invention is designed to make a detailed record of every stride, bob and sway of the hips as we make our way around the world. This profile of Heidi's walking style is as individual to her as her voice.
Imagine that I'm a robber. I have stolen Heidi's phone. I have it here. And now I'm going to walk with this phone.
As soon as he starts walking, the phone detects that Heiki's gait is different from Heidi's, and within a few paces, it switches off. The reason that everyone's walk is so individual is down to the large number of factors that shape our movements. For a start, the size and shape of our skeletons, what sex we are, the size and makeup of our muscles, and even psychology comes into play. It seems that happy people really do walk with a spring in their step. Heiki's invention is still at the prototype stage, although it's being extensively tested and the results are looking promising. They have found that under extreme conditions, like walking on ice, the phone does tend to think you're a robber, a bit of a drawback, especially if you live here. So the phone now features a PIN code that you can input to unlock the phone and reassure it that it really is you. Something else that completely confuses the phone is alcohol. It seems that after a few drinks, we don't just forget ourselves, we forget how to walk like ourselves too. And when you're especially tired and emotional, you might even forget the PIN code. Quite a severe design fault, you must admit.
Currently, the system knows only one walking style per person, but you could teach the system to learn your walking style when you are, when you have had a couple of drinks.
This is just the beginning for Heiki and his team. What started out as an unusual idea has grown into something that they really believe will cut crime.
Yeah, we are very excited about this. It's not only mobile phones we have been talking, but it could be laptops, any gadget you are carrying with you.
So, can anything portable be protected by this system? Perhaps not. Still to come on Experimental, we have Dr. Quack and her microphone, and Professor Macintosh and his paper planes. But before all that, a cautionary tale from the test department. We've all heard the old wives' tale. If you sneeze with your eyes open, they'll pop out. But is there any truth in it? In the test department, our demonstrator is trying to make himself sneeze using pollen and pepper. Sneezing can also be caused by a bright light and even orgasms, but we're not going to go there. Which brings us back to that main question. What would happen if you didn't close your eyes when you sneezed? Time for a little experiment. Unfortunately, we can't do the obvious thing and pin his eyes open. Health and safety, apparently. So we'll do the next best thing. We'll use a fake head and ping-pong balls for the eyes. The idea is simple. Push the ping-pong balls into the pipes, which will act as eye sockets. Then use a foot pump to recreate the pressures that build up inside your nose and throat when you sneeze. So let's see what happens. One problem though. Very luckily, there are no tubes connecting the back of your eye sockets to your nose and throat. So no matter how hard you sneeze, your eyeballs can never do this. In a moment, we head to Nottingham to learn how to design an airliner. But before we do, some reassuring advice for anyone actually thinking of flying in one. Welcome to the world's worst flying nightmare. You're at 9,000 meters, and suddenly some nutter decides to open the door. Within a second, you're sucked out into oblivion. Could this really happen? The answer is no. Let's go back to the ground, and our nutter is waiting by the closed door. The pressure inside and outside the plane is roughly the same. But as the plane rises, the pressure outside drops. At 9,000 meters, the higher pressure inside the cabin seals the door into the fuselage, wedging it with a force equivalent to 5,000 kilograms. Which means there's no way any nutter could ever pull it open. Happy flying. Now it's time for some aeronautical engineering. Don't tell this lot they're making paper planes. To them, this is advanced, applied, paper-formed aeronautics. What you're looking at are the aeronautical engineers of the future, a group of students who've just entered a paper plane making competition. Well, we all have to start somewhere. They learnt their crimping skills at the University of Leeds under the watchful eye of Andrew McIntosh, Professor of Thermodynamics and Combustion Theory. That's burning stuff to you lot.
What they did was make their paper aeroplanes with some of the aeronautical principles which there are in aeroplane making. This little paper aeroplane is actually flying by exactly the same principles as your big jumbo jets crossing the Atlantic.
But will advanced engineering knowledge, when applied to the humble paper plane, get you something better than your average classroom dart? Visually, it seems we're onto a winner here. You get models like the Spruce Moose, the Hornet, and the Mighty Avenger, winner of the competition's prize for the best design. And there's also this one, which looks a bit like the sort of thing I made in class. But why do planes or paper darts fly in the first place? First up, there's the wings. On fancy planes, they're called aerofoils, but you may have noticed that paper planes usually have flat wings.
Oh.
They fly in a much simpler manner. The angle of the flat wing deflects the air downwards. This means that the wing and anything attached to it, like a plane for instance, is pushed upwards. Action and reaction, simple but effective. Want to know what it feels like? Stick your hand out of a car window like this. But real planes, and some of the more complex designs flown in the competition, seem to have all sorts of things dangling off their wings.
Ailerons and other devices on aeroplanes are very simple things really to understand.
Most wings have flaps, which increase the lift when the aircraft is at low speed. There are other devices called ailerons, which help turn the airplane. And on some aircraft, there are additional winglets at the tips, which improve the overall efficiency of the wing.
This picture shows hooded cranes in flight, and they've got little winglets which reduce drag at the side. These actually are great designs, which of course the great designer has already put there in nature, and we can do well to actually copy those designs.
But does it all work? Just because it's got a complex design, does it mean it'll fly better? Let's see how the Avenger, with its flaps and winglets, does. A staggering 2.09 seconds. Next, it's the Hornet. Going for maximum climb and recording a gravity-defying 3.5 seconds. Finally, the Spruce Moose. Nothing fancy here, just a common classroom dart and... Whoa, an amazing 5.3 seconds, which is only 22 seconds off the world record, but proof that when it comes to making paper planes, a simple design wins out every time.
Unless somebody really knows what they're doing with these flaps and ailerons, they're going to very quickly move into regions where, rather than being a help, the flaps and the ailerons and all the other things, the winglets, are probably going to reduce the amount of forward speed. And it's the forward speed that is vital to keep the plane going for as long as possible. So for competitions like the one we had, it's hardly surprising that it was the simple ones which actually were the ones which were more successful.
I came up with this design based on something which I got taught in my secondary school quite a few years back. And it was the best design that we've found so far. We tried a lot, but disrupt.
Well, there you have it. A functional, simple design, well built, can still beat a complex design. Before we talk to some ducks in Italian, let's go to the test department for a spot of mastication. This scientist is performing a very important experiment here in our test lab. She's trying to find out the truth behind the old wives' tale that chewing gum takes 7 years to be digested. But luckily, she won't be doing the digestion herself. She's going to create her own stomach right here in the lab. So what's in there that does our digesting for us? Well, first up, there are enzymes like pepsin. Then there's hydrochloric acid, which just helps things along. So let's see what these two chemicals do to a little sponge cake. In 3 hours, it's all gone to mush. And now for the main event, chewing gum. Sounds promising. After 3 hours, when the fairy cake was mush, not a lot seems to have happened. And what about in 24 hours? Well, still not a lot. And this is hardly surprising, because the main ingredients of modern gums are likely to be wonderfully indigestible substances, such as polyethylene and polyvinyl acetate. And let's face it, we weren't designed to digest plastics. So what does happen to the gum? Well, 24 hours after being swallowed, it's usually gone on a little trip. Finally, on experimental, meet Dr. Victoria de Reicher, a linguist from Middlesex University in London. Her interest in language is rivalled only by an obsession with ducks. It's a combination that's sure to ruffle a few feathers. You see, Victoria has a theory that ducks have regional accents just like us.
Humans have made an assumption that ducks quack in the same way all over the world. And I wanted to challenge that.
Victoria, or Dr. Quack to her friends, started by asking children across the globe to impersonate the sound of a duck. She found that an English child would say
quack, quack.
A Vietnamese child
Cab, cab.
and an Italian child
Quack, quack.
Most linguists put this down to language differences, but Dr. Quack thought that maybe the ducks themselves had quaccents. On her trusty scooter, Dr. Quack hunted down 2 geographically distinct duck populations for her study, the first of which was in the heart of London.
I picked ducks in East London because I'm a Londoner myself, and I feel that it's a really interesting accent. It's one you can very easily recognise, and I wanted to see whether or not that might be paralleled in the animal world.
Dr. Quack's streetwise city ducks were here, at Mudchute City Farm in the East End of London. Ducks aren't keen on staying still at the best of times, and sure enough, as soon as Dr. Quack brings out her microphone, it causes as much panic in the farmyard as a jar of hoisin sauce and a Chinese cookbook. With the city ducks recording, Dr. Quack headed out of London to the rural village of Shatterling in Kent. But would the laid-back country ducks prove as unwilling to participate as their city counterparts? Ah, such a peaceful life. When the feathers settled, Victoria took time to analyse her recordings, and the results were surprising.
So this is the rural duck. And this one is the urban quacking. The London ducks are incredibly raucous. They're very loud, they're very fast. They need to make each other heard, I think, or they need to be heard.
Amongst each other, and also over the everyday sounds of the city, like planes, trains, traffic, and the hordes of people visiting the city farm.
The rural ducks are much slower. They're very relaxed. They use a lot of lower register sounds so that it doesn't seem half so competitive. I think perhaps that's also due to the fact that the sound around them operates very differently.
So it seems that Victoria's quackscent theory might be right. The differences in the way humans imitate ducks could well be down to the ducks themselves. Of course, regardless of accents, will we ever really know what ducks are saying to each other? Welcome to Experimental, the science show that combines bad eating with the worst sounds in the world. Coming up, this man will dissect a fish to explain why this boy is being sick. This woman will prove that the pigeons of Arizona really are riffraff. And we'll find this man in the urinals of Singapore. Oh. But first, a story you may not want to hear. Welcome to Experimental's list of the world's worst sounds. Number 14, a maniac with an electric drill. Number 17, a nasty phlegmy cough. Number 7, a violin played very badly. But don't take our word for it. We nicked the list off this man, Professor Trevor Cox, acoustics guru at the University of Salford. He's your man if you want to make your concert hall sound sweeter, or your stereo speaker sound better, or understand why that opera singer just broke your wine glass. But recently, he's turned his back on the sound of music in favour of things that make you go, ah! Number 4, polystyrene being rubbed together.
I find it very interesting that we have a set of sounds, like scraping sounds or the sounds of people being sick, that we don't really understand why we have such a strong reaction. And so I just wanted to kind of look into some other more interesting sounds.
Number 6, an alarm clock. What Professor Cox wanted to find out was, were there some sounds that everybody agreed were bad? Or are our opinions subjective? He decided to collect a wide range of sound and test people's reactions to them.
Well, we first of all started thinking about all the possible sounds we could record and get people to listen to. And so we just really went around the department and just talked to lots of people and drew up this very large list of sounds, and so then went around trying to collect them.
But how to test these reactions? The answer was to create an internet site called Bad Vibes, Professor Cox's candidates for the title of the world's worst sound.
Well, you go on and the first thing you do is you put in some contextual data, just things like gender, where you are, and your age. And then you just listen to sounds. And then you vote on how horrible it is. There's a little scale from 1 to 6, or there's little smileys you click on to say how horrible the noise is. It then tells you how your response compares to the average result, and on you go, listening to more and more sounds, as many as you want.
So before we check out the results from the website, which sounds jar with the ears of the average Brit on the street?
The sound of a baby crying in a train or a bus.
very, very, very loud and really, really gets to you.
Knife sharpeners. You know, when you've got those metal rods that you can scrape the knife back and forth to sharpen it, I really, really don't like that. It gets my teeth going.
I think one of the worst sounds I've ever heard is my wife giving birth.
Avalanches of poo.
It's the most primeval, guttural, roaring sound I've ever heard, and it frightened me a lot.
I hate radio mic interference, planes going overhead, people shouting, well, hey, hello, mum, things like that. Generally anything that makes my day longer.
So how do these results compare with the results from the around 800,000 hits on the Bad Vibes website? The results aren't all in yet, but it does seem that for some sounds, the context within which you hear them is important.
I think a good example of context is whether you have control over a sound. So if you've got your neighbours making a lot of noise next door, they're just about to have a party, and if you've got no control over it, they haven't told you the party is going on to so-and-so time and then ending, or if they haven't invited you, then you're much more likely, I think, to be annoyed by that because you have no control.
Perhaps more interesting is that there seems to be a connection between sight and hearing.
Some of the most interesting stuff we've been looking at early on is looking at the audio-visual interaction. So what's on the screen and how does that affect how you score? So as the voting's been going, we've been changing what's on the screen. For example, we changed the colours. So originally the screen was sort of bluey-green colour, and for some time, for about 100,000 votes worth, we had it as a red colour. And I can tell you that when we had a red website, things sounded less horrible than when we had a bluey-green website.
But it seems that some sounds are bad, no matter what the context. Worst sound in the world, number 2, the sound of fingers scraping across a blackboard.
The worst noise is definitely the fingernails down the blackboard because it gets my backbone on edge.
It is awful.
I think it's fascinating about fingernails down the blackboard because if you just say fingernails down the blackboard, people start cringing even before, you make a sound or anything. So it's a pretty strong and inbuilt reaction to us. I mean, I've got a colleague who said, well, maybe it's something about we don't like the feeling of dragging our fingers across stuff. I mean, certainly it doesn't feel very nice to do it.
But what is the world's worst sound? Well, Professor Cox believes he's well on the way to finding out.
So far, the retching sound someone throwing up is the worst. And one of the reasons that's the worst is it's a particularly unpleasant recording. It really is not very nice at all. I wouldn't recommend listening to it.
Well, you can't say you weren't warned. The worst sound in the world, the sound of someone being sick. And is it worse when we add pictures? Quick, cue that music. Oh.
Don't try this at home.
In a moment, we'll eat some fish in the name of science. But first, let's go swimming with the test department. In the test department, our demonstrator, Billy Bunter, is relaxing by the pool and pondering a piece of scientific wisdom handed down to him by his mum.
Swimming after a large meal is dangerous.
Everyone knows it, but even though Billy's looked through a large amount of medical literature, he cannot find a study that confirms it. At which point, a little light bulb is switched on. Let's do an experiment. Cue a very large meal. Estimated calorific value, 2,300 calories. This is the classic scientific way to prove a theory. The idea of the experiment is as soon as Billy Bunter is full of pastry, fat, and leftover bits of pig, he'll dive in. Either he'll be fine, or his mother will be proved right.
You have to wait at least half an hour before you go swimming, Billy. Otherwise you'll get cramp and drown.
The theory that eating will cause cramp comes from the idea that the stomach needs an increased blood flow to aid digestion, whilst the muscles need blood to help you swim. As a result, neither can get enough blood to do their jobs, and cramps occur. So let's see if 2,300 calories is enough to stiffen little Billy and send him screaming beneath the waves. Not the best of starts, but yep, he's okay. and he's even managing a bit of backstroke. So, on the basis of this experiment, Mother was wrong.
Yes, but I was right about something else. Go swimming in water that's less than 3 centigrade and you'll be dead in 30 minutes. Bye-bye, Billy.
In a moment, the posh birds of Texas and the test department's patented frying pan. Experimental comes to Germany in search of a man who hopes to find a cure to every parent's nightmare. A puking kid in the back seat. Luckily for his sister, this little kid made it to a convenient tree. But for every lucky escape, there are at least 2 puked-on seats. The man who hopes to keep the cars of the world free of the smell of month-old sick is Dr. Ralph Ankin, a zoologist from the Hohenheim University in Stuttgart, with a passion for gastronomy. And it's by cutting up fish that's led him to the theory as to why some people spray the back seat and others don't.
Well, basically it's these bones, but precisely it's stones.
Dr. Ankin's theory is that tiny stones found in the inner parts of the ear of not just fish, but humans could be the culprit. When he's not embarrassing diners in posh restaurants, Dr. Ankin and his colleagues can be found doing much the same thing in his labs, uncovering the mysteries of motion sickness by dissecting cichlid fish.
Well, actually what Miriam is doing is she's dissecting very tiny stones from calcium carbonate from the ear of a little fish.
The team knows that the tiny stones are attached to little hairs connected to the sensory cells within the inner ear.
Ich versuche eigentlich immer so die Mitte zu kriegen.
Okay.
When the fish moves, gravity acting on the stones helps the fish sense up and down, even in the dark.
The organ of balance is located at both sides, and I wonder if this could be already one of these stones. Is it? It has been. Okay, there was it. This was one of our stones. Great.
The cichlid fish have 2 of these stones attached to hairs in their inner ears, which help maintain balance. Humans have a similar system, except we have hundreds of these tiny stones attached to 2 separate patches of hairs in our inner ear. To create motion sickness in his fish, Dr. Ankin takes them on the equivalent of a very long car journey by spinning them in a centrifuge. When they stop spinning, some fish seem to settle quickly, while others keep on spinning, the fish equivalent of motion sickness. What Dr. Ankin found was that fish with ear stones of different sizes were more likely to suffer from motion sickness compared to fish whose stones were similar in size, and he believes it's the same for humans.
Well, because these stones may vary in their size and in their weight between the left and the right inner ear. So there are also the signals to the brain different between left and right. And in particular situations, like in a car or in a ship, this simply makes a problem and you get motion sick.
To compensate for confusing signals coming out of our ears, we use our eyes. But when our eyes become confused, then our balance is affected. And it doesn't take the sudden appearance of a huge fish. The rapidly moving horizon during a car journey does the trick just as well. And the result? Well, we all know what happens. Still to come on Experimental, this man will attempt to power these floodlights with his own urine. But first to the test department and another tale of bodily waste. Just how fast does snot fly out of the sneezer's mouth and nose? The test department decided to find out. So how do you go about it? Well, first you need to set up a high-speed video camera. It's capable of taking 1,000 frames per second. And then you need to feed it into a computer containing our dedicated Phlegm Tracker 3000 program. Next, you get someone with a nasty cold to sit in front of the camera, and you wait. And wait, and wait. In real time, the sneeze takes only 0.2 of a second. But let's see it through the high-speed camera and our Phlegm Tracker 3000 program. Here's the inward breath, and there goes a large bit, and the tracker is onto it already. And it clocks up an amazing 36 centimetres in 0.2 of a second, which our Phlegm Tracker system computes to a not particularly spectacular 6.47 kilometres an hour for a big greenie. So what's the verdict of the test department then?
Have you done a spitting one?
I love the way you get the little bits dripping off the end of his beard as well.
Still to come on Mad Labs, flaming pans. And a battery that runs on pee. But first, this. Meet one of Phoenix, Arizona's hottest estate agents. He loves to flog houses, especially posh ones. And he's crammed full of unique selling points.
With the wide variety of plants here, the varying architecture and wide open spaces, it's no wonder that my upscale clients and posh birds are flocking to this area.
Did you say posh birds? Oh, up there. Isn't that a hummingbird? This could be a home seller's dream come true. Come live here. We've got a better class of bird, don't you know? The estate agent's new best friend could be Dr. Ann Kinzig of Arizona State University, who discovered that exotic birds really do like to live the high life in upmarket neighbourhoods, but get a bit twitchy about the poorer parts of town.
We framed our research around small urban parks. We wanted to see what effect people were having on the nature in those parks, but we also wanted to see the effect that different kinds of people would have. So we were looking for parks that had relatively the same kinds of people around them. In this case, sort of upper income, middle income, and lower income.
In Phoenix, posh areas look like this. And poor areas look like this. Oh, look, a woodpecker. So how do you prove a link between socio-economic groups and bird diversity? The scientists decided to concentrate on parks in those two different socio-economic areas. And it wasn't just the birds that they were looking at.
We looked at several different things. The first was just the vegetation in the parks. How many different kinds of plant species were there, and was it a complex structure? Were there some shrubs and some tall trees? We also looked at the plants in the neighborhoods, what people were putting in their front yards. The other was just things that could disturb birds.
Anne and her bird watchers visited the same sites for 15 minutes every few months for a year, ticking little boxes as they spotted their feathered friend. Oh, lesser spotted thingy bird. Pigeon. Great crested whatchamacallit. Pigeon. Red-breasted Tweety bird. Pigeon. It soon became clear that there was a far greater variety of birds in the posh areas. But what was drawing the birds to the rich neighbourhoods?
It's hard to know exactly what socioeconomic characteristics drive this pattern, but we can make a few guesses. One is definitely income. People with more money can just create more lush landscapes. The other is that these neighborhoods are much more likely to be close either to the urban edge, so close to the desert, or to large desert parks within the city. A third factor is possibly just trash. There's more fast food restaurants near these lower income neighborhoods, and that can attract species like the pigeon that can crowd out other species.
Anne's research could help bring the bird life of Phoenix to all its neighbourhoods, rich or poor. That's assuming, of course, the birds aren't too posh after all.
Keep an eye open, will you? I'm popping down on the lawn.
Yeah, don't worry. First sign of a cat, and I'll chirp really loudly.
Oh, never mind the cat. Just watch out for them filthy pigeons.
Don't try this at home.
In a moment, it's the electric urine of Singapore. But first, let's go camping. It's another beautiful day outside the test department. The problem is that our demonstrator is beginning to feel a bit peckish. And with only eggs and physics notes to hand, it looks like she'll be going hungry. Or will she? You see, our demonstrator is a bit of a dab hand at the old origami. And she can knock up a pretty foolproof cooking utensil at the drop of a hat. Foolproof until you apply the heat. Not to let a little thing like combustion come between her and a good feed. Let's see what happens when she puts the eggs in the paper frying pan first. And it works. But why doesn't the paper frying pan catch fire? Well, it's all to do with the so-called flash point of paper. Paper cannot catch fire if its temperature is lower than 230 degrees Celsius. The egg, which cooks at less than 100 degrees Celsius, is cool enough to keep the paper pan below its flash point. And the result is a perfectly cooked egg, which sadly tastes of physics notes. Great science, bad cooking.
Hello.
This is Dr. Lee of KB Laboratories in Singapore, and he's on a recycling mission with a difference. That's right, he's after that golden shower known as urine. While the rest of the good people of Singapore are pushing the green envelope by reusing their old paper bottles and boxes, Dr. Lee is going one stage further by turning his wee-wee into environmentally friendly electricity with his new P battery. Knocked together from odds and ends and assembled with a laminator from the stationery cupboard, his prototype takes green issues right into the yellow spectrum.
My battery is disposable, and it works by using P.
Like an ordinary battery, Dr. Lee's battery is basically a bath of iron-rich liquid, in this case, urine, in which two differing metals are placed. One of these is called the negative terminal, and the other the positive terminal. When these two terminals are joined by a wire, negatively charged ions in the urine lose their electrons, which flow towards the positive terminal. And the result is electricity. In Dr. Lee's battery, the two plates are separated by a thin piece of absorbent material. All you have to do to power it up is to stick in a drop of iron-rich urine. And a few seconds later, 2 milliwatts of electricity begin to flow, enough to power this little gizmo for around 90 minutes. Mildly impressive, but not exactly useful. So we wanted to know if his yellow energy could power a football stadium for a full game.
Here in this stadium, there are 4 large floodlights, which require 40 kilowatts. My battery can produce 2 milliwatts, so for all this light, we'd need 80 million of my batteries.
80 million batteries. Wow.
80 million batteries. That's a bladder load from about 80,000 people or about 4 times the capacity of this stadium. So perhaps football is not the best use for Dr. Lee's battery. To be fair, it was never his idea. His hope is that his P battery will be able to power a small credit card-sized computer that can check the urine itself for diseases, a kind of P-powered pathology lab.
You put a drop of P in here and the P activates the battery. And the electricity generated by the battery enables the biosensor to detect the disease in the urine.
And it could be used to detect diseases such as diabetes, malaria, and possibly even HIV. But Dr. Lee has bigger ideas. Plenty of other bodily substances have magic ions in them. What about a body odour tester that needs no batteries? Or a self-powering snot tester to tell you if you're getting a cold? And what about the other end? There are plenty of nasties that need to be tested down there. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that gives sheep a hard time and turns snails on. Coming up, will this man drown in welly boots? And is this fish farting or trying to tell you something? But first, let's see what happens when computer games break out of the computer. Worried mothers, ambitious politicians and self-important doctors all like nothing better than a loud moan on the subject of how video games are turning our children into couch potatoes. So we're pleased to have located a scientist, Dr. Chuk of the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, who has managed to take the video game off the couch and onto the streets. Literally. Welcome to the world's first augmented reality video game.
I realised that we've reached kind of a point in gaming where it's actually removing interaction between people, and I really wanted to change that, bring the gaming back into the real world, so actually once again we're socialising and playing together.
To achieve this feat, Dr. Chuk first turned to augmented reality, something that he had already been working on. It's technology that allows computer images to be seen against a backdrop of the real world.
To develop this system, we need to merge the real world and the virtual world. So what we do is we create this head-mount display system where you put this device on your eyes. So what you can do is actually you can see the real world, but all the virtual objects on top of it as well.
The computer knows where to place its images in the real world thanks to a tiny motion sensor, which can track your head movement in 3 directions. And it's not just for tabletop battles.
For education, we're actually developing a kind of mixed reality classroom for children. They'll be able to see solar systems or history or evolution on their tabletop and be able to learn using all this 3D mixed reality information.
But how did Dr. Chuk get from mixing real and computer images on a tabletop to a street gaming child slimming concept?
100 meters, turn left to Tyersall Avenue.
You know that annoying little voice in the car?
300 meters, turn left and turn left.
Yes, that's right, sat nav. He realised that by combining it with his augmented reality system, he and his friends could take to the streets and play their own version of Pac-Man. But there's one tiny problem.
Unfortunately, most kind of consumer GPS systems are only accurate for about 5 to 10 meters. So we use a RTK GPS system.
Normal GPS uses signals bounced off satellites to track a position. However, it's only accurate to within a few meters. RTK, or real-time kinematics, uses a ground station in addition to the satellites. Because the ground station is nearby, the RTK system is accurate to within a few centimeters. Perfect for chasing your mates with pinpoint accuracy. With his new super accurate guidance system, Dr. Chuk could finally realise his dream of playing Pac-Man outside in the fresh air. And his first battleground, the university car park.
You put on your wearable computer and your head-mount display, and then suddenly your real world becomes transformed. And so you're actually now experiencing a kind of game where you feel like you've picked up your body and put it into a Pac-Man game.
Let the games begin! The idea is to spot virtual yellow dots hanging in mid-air, run around, gobbling them up. Meanwhile, your playing partner is after you. When she looks through her goggles, she sees you as a big yellow blob, and her job is to ignore the dots, track you down, and eat you up. After that, it's game over. It's just a prototype at the moment, but in the future, games like these may be just the thing to get lazy kids off the sofa and playing in the middle of the road again, just like the old days. Although judging by the games they play now, Dr. Chuk had better make sure his equipment doesn't break easily.
She got me. She got me.
In a moment, we'll be dragging sheep and feeding snails Prozac. But first, let's have a drink in the test department. The test department would like to show you how to open a bottle of wine with a large tree. First, ask the owner of the tree if it's okay to nail some padding to it. If not, use tape to secure the padding. Padding will stop the bottle smashing and protect the tree. Then, wearing gloves and eye protection just in case, start to bang the bottom of the bottle against the tree. Oh, go on. You can do it harder than that. No, go on. Even harder. Oh, not that hard, though. What happens is that the shock of the wine bottle hitting the tree is transferred through the wine itself and then hits the bottom of the cork. After about 30 seconds of banging, the cork will be knocked out by the shockwave. Very practical.
Yeah.
Coming up on Experimental, why some fish fart, and why some toads are more slippery than others. But before we answer that great question, let's go and wrestle with some hairy beasties. Outback Australia, land of more than 100 million sheep, and every one of them in need of an annual haircut. If it's bad for the sheep, how much worse for the shearers? Giving more than 200 short back and sides a day makes the shearer's job one of the toughest in the world. As occupational safety engineer John Culvener explains.
Shearing is a rag bag of occupational hazards. The sheep shearers experience a rate of injuries many times that of the average worker in Australia.
Sheep are heavy, greasy and alive, and every one of them has to be picked up onto its back and dragged out of the pen to the shearing station. Apparently, what you're dragging them across can make all the difference. Shearer Bob Kirkpatrick sheared his first sheep at the age of 11.
When you start dragging them out, you've got hold of their front legs, one hand on each front legs, and you're dragging the sheep with its full weight across the battens.
The saying was that Australia was riding on the sheep's back, but I think all along they were riding on the shearers' backs as well.
So Culvener and his team dedicated themselves to discovering ways to save the shearer's back by making life a little easier. They set out to scientifically measure the best surface to drag a sheep on, and Experimental decided to do the same. We connected our sheep shearer, Brent Nash, to a heart rate monitor and measured his pulse rate as he dragged 20 sheep over 3 different surfaces. First, a flat floor made of wooden battens. Batten direction is of course vital. In Bob's day, they ran crossways.
Now with the batten going crossward, if the sheep's kicking at all, you can get a grip on these boards and throw you back this way. Whereas, if the battens are running this way in the catching pen, there's nothing at all for the sheep to catch its back feet on.
Fascinating. And the heart rate for the traditional wooden floor was?
161.
Not bad. Next, the mesh floor.
As far as dragging sheep on a mesh floor goes, it's a lot harder, and I suspect the explanation is that the sheep can have a lot of grip.
There's a lot of resistance there as you're dragging out the wool's catching on the mesh. So I'd say it's not a very good option for a catching pen floor. Heart rate 166.
A bit high, that. Finally, what may be the biggest thing in shearing since the invention of sheep. All the gripless advantages of the wood floor, but with added slope.
Once you've got the momentum up, the sheep's actually coming with you, and then you're out on the board and it's a lot easier.
And that's not the only reason sheep handlers like a sloping floor. Apparently, there's nothing they like to see more than a load of sheep's bottom.
The natural defence of a sheep seems to be to walk uphill. So if the catching pen has a slope away from the door, then the sheep tend to look the other way.
So, surprising a sheep from behind makes them easier to catch. And heart rate for the sloping wooden floor was?
158.
Victory for the sloping floor. New hope for shearers everywhere, and a major breakthrough for Australian science. Proof that gravity works, even down under. And finally, for anyone hoping to repeat this experiment at home, here's a last word of advice from Bob.
If you hold a sheep properly, or quietly or tenderly like I'm holding this one, it's all right. But you hold them a bit rough, they're like a Sheila, they'll never forgive you.
In a moment, snails on drugs. But first, let's try and drown Horace in the test department. It's often said that if you fall into the water with Wellington boots on, they'll fill up and pull you to the bottom. Let's apply a bit of science to the theory. First, how much does a welly boot full of water weigh? 6 kilos. Now the scientific experiment. Let's see if our demonstrator drowns when he attempts to swim in the wellies. Well, that's a bit disappointing. It's a bit splashy, but he's definitely not heading for the bottom. Why? Well, partly because the boot is largely full of foot, not water, but there's another reason the prophets of doom have forgotten. Let's weigh those boots again. Only 500 grams. Why? Because water in water weighs, well, pretty much the same as the water that's around it.
Don't try this at home.
Still to come on Experimental, Dr. Fong will turn on his snails, whilst the test department will measure the friction coefficient of the African fire-bellied toad. Scotland, land of rugged mountains, mist-shrouded glens and very disturbing noises coming out of the loss. Noises that sound a bit rude. At Dunstaffnage Marine Laboratory near Oban on Scotland's west coast, two scientists, Doctors Ben Wilson and Bob Batty, are up late doing weird things to a tank full of herring, determined to discover whether fish fart. A few months earlier, Wilson had been playing sounds to herring. He wasn't expecting the fish to reply.
I wasn't actually trying to record sounds from the fish. I was interested in how they responded to sounds that I was making, but I was just monitoring the noise that was in the tank anyway. And then while I was doing it one evening, I had the lights down low, I was getting ready for my experiment, I had my finger on the play button ready to play one of the sounds, and all of a sudden there was this loud, well, farting sound. And immediately I thought, practical joke, or somebody else in the lab mucking around. So I flicked the lights on and there was nobody around. It was just me and the fish, and that was it.
Mysteriously, whenever the lights went on, the farting stopped.
I became convinced that it was the fish, but they were only doing it when they had the lights out and things were dark and I couldn't actually see what they were doing.
If he were to prove his fish were farting, Dr. Wilson would have to catch them at it. He didn't have the gear to film underwater in the dark. Luckily, he knew a man who did. Time to call Dr. Bob Batty.
My reaction was, well, laughter at first, because Ben played this sound to me over the telephone. And it just sounds ridiculous when you hear it over the phone.
What did it sound like?
Well, like a high-pitched raspberry.
So Wilson and Batty set up their infrared lights and underwater cameras and kept watch over the herring, deep into the wee hours.
That's working out all right.
And after hours in the dark, patiently monitoring their wind instruments, Wilson and Batty sent victory.
It was a really exciting moment. Finally, there it was. We actually had on the video the fish, bubbles coming out of its anal pore, and we had the sound as well. We realised that that's exactly what's happening. It was quite an exciting moment.
Success at last. They'd finally caught the herring farting. But being scientists, they needed a more formal term for the phenomenon.
I thought, we can't really call it a fart sound. It sounds like a fast repetitive tick, and the acronym for that is FRT, so we thought that would stick.
And stick it did. But this wasn't the time to celebrate. Two big questions remained. How and why were the herring farting? Perhaps clues lay in how the herrings spend their day. Wilson and Batty turned their attention to the swim bladder, the herring's buoyancy control organ. During the day, herrings school at depth, but at night they migrate up to the water's surface and gulp in air to refill their swim bladders. Perhaps the herring were using the organ as an underwater whoopee cushion. Wilson and Batty already knew that herring release bubbles, sometimes lots of them, especially when there are predators about.
Fishermen have known about it for a very long time. You can tell a school of fish at sea because you see a slick on the water where these bubbles get to the surface, and then you can go and catch herring. And they also produce them when they're attacked by predators like killer whales and so on. They'll produce streams of bubbles from the swim bladder.
When threatened, herring can release large amounts of the air in their swim bladders in one quick burst. No one is really sure how the bubbles thwart the killer whales. Perhaps they interfere with the hunter's echolocation. Or perhaps, by dumping air, the herring are able to dive faster to take them out of harm's way.
Do you want to listen?
Yes, please.
Wilson and Batty knew that they didn't have a killer whale in their tank, so it couldn't be a fear response. And besides, they were only getting a few bubbles, and only at night. The scientists were baffled, and then they remembered the herring only fart in company.
The number of fart sounds that you record is proportional to the number of fish in the tank. So the more fish you have, the more FRT sounds per fish you get. So they only produce these sounds when they're in company. And that suggests to me that it's got some sort of social communicative kind of function. And what happens at night is these fish disperse. And there's a big question lurking, how do they stay in touch with each other so that when they can start schooling again in the morning? And one of the ways they might do that is to make these sounds.
So, unlike you and me, herring only fart in company.
Yeah, that's right. Farts are a social thing.
I wonder if herring can smell. Still to come on Experimental, something for the gamblers amongst you. But first, something a little less racy.
Hello.
Welcome to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the home of biologist Dr. Peter Fong and 500 of his favourite subjects, water snails. Snails he loves to give erections by dosing them with mind-altering drugs. But why?
Scientists often do have crazy minds, but actually there is some real science behind this, and that is that these snails are hosts for an important human parasite.
The snails, which live in the tropics, are host to the larvae of a parasitic worm. Once the worm develops, it leaves the snail and lives in the water until it meets up with an unsuspecting human foot, whereupon it gnaws its way into the flesh, eventually infesting the abdomen and liver. Ultimately, their eggs are secreted in human urine, eaten by the snails, and the whole process starts again.
Now, if that worm is in your body for a long time, it can eventually kill you.
So the point of Dr. Fong's research is to find ways of reducing the snails' numbers by breaking the cycle of the worm's development. And that's where the erections come in. Now, most scientists would get out the poison and zap them dead, but not Dr. Fong. He wanted to find a way of knocking them out in the kindest way possible.
For this experiment, I'm drugging the snails with Prozac.
Now, in humans, a dose of Prozac is known as the happy drug, designed to make you feel good. But what happens when you give an antidepressant to a snail? Does it kill it dead? Does it make it crawl round in circles in a happy kind of way? No, none of these things.
In humans, Prozac causes sexual dysfunction. In these snails, if you give them Prozac, it gives them a full erection of the penis.
Being snails, getting a stiffy takes a little time. 12 hours to be precise. So whilst we're waiting, a little anatomy lesson. Snails are hermaphrodite, which means that the same snail can be female one moment and male the next. With a great big shell covering their nether regions, the sexual organs, their penis and vagina, are located just behind the head. And if the snail decides to be male, it sprouts this massive horn-shaped knob. And sure enough, 12 hours after the squirt of Prozac, all Dr. Fong snails are in their male mode. All of them standing at attention, which can last for up to 48 hours. Great for the snail, but how is a weekend hard-on going to contribute to their demise?
When they copulate, one typically acts like a male, and the other typically acts like a female.
And that's the key to Dr. Fong's research. Because not only do most of the snails decide to stiffen up in a male sort of way when exposed to Prozac, but the resulting member is impotent. Large, but totally useless as an instrument of reproduction.
If we can stop them from reproducing, then perhaps we can limit the number of snails and limit the parasitic infections that are caused by worms that live in these snails and are parasites to humans.
Dr. Fong's long-term hope is that he can find a drug that turns Prozac's 48-hour stiffy into a lifelong and ultimately species-controlling hard-on. If he does, then much of the tropics might be rid of a debilitating disease. Finally, to the test department for the great toad conundrum. In the test department, our demonstrators are having a well-earned rest. They couldn't afford to buy a racehorse, so they opted to lose their monopoly money on the sport of zoologists: frog and toad racing. On the right, a white tree frog, and on the left, a fire-bellied toad. Well, the tree frog is obviously faster than the fire-bellied toad. But now the racing is over, the question on the test department's minds is, which one is stickier? As this is real science we're doing here, there are no bets on the outcome. All we're interested in is ascertaining the hard facts behind interspecies amphibian stickiness. Until today, a gaping hole in human knowledge. A gap which we will fill with our amphibian adhesiveness monitor. But why are frogs and toads sticky in the first place? It's all to do with the fact that frogs not only breathe through their mouths, they also breathe through their skin, directly into their blood vessels. The moisture they secrete from special glands helps in this unique way of breathing, but it also makes them slippery. So is one of our little racers slippier than the other? Let's find out. Up they go on the adhesion monitor. It's pretty close, and the frog and toad adhere with equal measure. But hang on, it looks like the tree frog has hit the slippery slope. Suddenly it finds its fourth legs and starts to ascend rather than slip. So there we have it, conclusive evidence that the white tree frog is stickier than the fire-bellied toad. Welcome to an explosive edition of Experimental, in which we snack with the Japanese and dunk with the Australians. In a moment, we'll be reading by microwave and using mint to avoid a nasty accident. But first, feeling peckish? Midnight snacking, one of life's great guilty pleasures. Sushi rolls, cold noodles and cream cakes. There's nothing better for holding off those troublesome nighttime hunger pangs. But like most guilty pleasures, there's a payoff. And amazingly, the amount of weight we put on here may have as much to do with when we eat as what we eat. Studies have shown that when workers move to night shifts, they put on weight, even though they don't change the sort of food they eat. It's also been shown that the later at night we eat, the more likely it is that our bodies will convert the food to fat. So what's going on? Well, Dr. Shimba from Nihon University thinks he may have found the answer, with a little help from his furry friends and their little fat bellies.
At the moment, not only in Japan but throughout the rest of the world, there's a bit of a problem with lifestyle diseases such as diabetes and arteriosclerosis, which are caused by obesity. I wanted to know more about obesity, and that's why I started my research.
Dr. Shimba was interested in a protein called BMAL1 that's thought to control our body's biological clock. It's found in high concentrations in our tissues when we're asleep, but starts to disappear as soon as we wake up. BMAL1 had already been shown to be involved with things like body temperature and hormone levels. But Dr. Shimba wanted to know if it played a role in turning sushi rolls into tummy rolls. He took cell cultures of fat-producing tissue that had been genetically engineered so that it couldn't produce BMAL1. Amazingly, without this body clock protein, they were unable to produce any fat at all.
At the time, it was already known that BMAL1 adjusts the body's biological clock, so I thought that eating at night might be linked to getting fat.
We wanted Dr. Shimba to put his money where his mouth is and prove that the biological clock affects fat production. Thankfully, he had a ready-made experiment up his sleeve. Taking identical sets of mice, he fed one group during the night when their BMAL1 levels are at their highest, and the other group during the middle of the day when their BMAL1 levels are lowest. But after just 3 days on this regime, would we see any difference between the mice? Well, the first set, fed during the day, weighed in at 35 grams. A perfectly slim, trim, healthy weight for a growing squeaker. And now for the mice fed at night. They were given exactly the same amount of food, but would their sleepy time snacking have an effect on their furry waistline? Yes, 40 grams, a 15% weight increase in just 3 days by simply changing their meal times. So mice get fat if they eat when their biological clock thinks they should be asleep, and it makes a lot of sense. When they're active, the mice need to make energy from food immediately available to power their little legs and twitchy noses. But when they should be asleep, the presence of BMAL1 switches their fat cells into overdrive, and the food energy is stored away as fat for later emergency use. The really interesting thing about protein BMAL1 is that we have it too, and its levels are 20% higher in the middle of the night, when we should be asleep, than in the middle of the day. So does this mean that the fat-inducing power of midnight snacking is finally solved?
As for human beings, the experiments have only just started. In the future, I would like to do further research. I would like to study BMAL1 in obese people and people who have a strong tendency to eat at night.
Before we head off to Wales to catch the common cold, how about blowing up the test department? Have you ever played with water balloons and marvelled at their suggestively squidgy nature? Well, don't. You should be doing something healthy, like making them into bombs. Thank you, Horace. That's better. Test tubes, water, battery are electrolysis. Real physics at last. What we're doing is using the wonders of electricity to split H2O into H and O. What the electricity does is split the water molecule apart. The oxygen atoms are being attracted to the positive wire, whilst the hydrogen atoms are attracted to the negative wire. Do this enough, and you can collect enough hydrogen to fill a balloon. Then you could do some grown-up, don't do this at home type science by assessing its volatility, like this.
Do not try this at home. It's completely irresponsible and very dangerous.
In a moment, there'll be a chance to get over all that excitement with tea and biscuits, experimental style. But first, let's cool ourselves down in Wales. Each year, billions of people across the world suffer from the common cold. If you believe most mothers, catching a cold is all to do with how we dress.
Oh, my mum always used to say, you wrap up warm.
I wrap up warm.
Wrap warm.
You wrap up warm.
Put many layers on.
Wear lots of clothes, never go out with wet hair, because if I did, then, you know, I would catch pneumonia and probably die.
But doctors have always insisted that catching a cold has nothing to do with being cold. So who's right? The mothers or the doctors? Well, a recent study at Cardiff University has revealed that mother may have been right after all. It was carried out at the Centre for the Common Cold, and the man in charge was Professor Ron Eccles.
A couple of thousand years ago, everyone believed that cold weather was the cause of common cold. I think at the beginning of the 20th century, up until 1950 or so, we got the discovery of viruses. That was the solution for science. Everything to do with common cold was associated with viruses.
Buoyed by the discovery of viruses, scientists in the 1950s and 60s carried out two seminal studies, which concluded that catching a cold was everything to do with viruses, and nothing to do with chilling flesh. The results have stood for over 50 years, and still appear in modern textbooks, but Ron wasn't sure they were right.
There was only perhaps half a dozen or a dozen people in each group. These are far too small numbers for any proper statistical comparison.
Ron designed a new experiment that was bigger, better and more natural. He increased the number of subjects to over 180. He got half of them to dunk their feet in buckets of cold water.
It's cold.
While the other half maintained toasty, well-wrapped toes. Then, rather than administering a virus, he simply waited for nature to take its course.
Within the chilled group, 13 out of 90 developed colds over the next 4 or 5 days after chilling, whereas only 5 out of 90 developed colds in the control group. This was a highly significant difference between the two groups.
What a result! 50 years of supposedly scientific fact blown clear out of the water. But what was going on? Why on earth were the group with cold feet more likely to catch a cold? The answer, rather surprisingly, is all to do with the nose. The main function of the nose is to warm up the air we breathe before it enters the lungs. The body achieves this with ingenious plumbing. It diverts hot blood to the lining of the nose, which acts like a radiator, heating up the cold air on the way in. But in really cold weather, the body switches to survival mode and diverts the blood away from the nose to the centre of the body to prevent heat loss. And that's great news for the common cold virus. It lives inside the nose, where it fights a running battle with white blood cells, the foot soldiers of our immune system. These cells are carried to the battleground in the bloodstream. So when cold weather shuts off the blood, it also weakens our defences.
The chilling causes constriction of the blood vessels. This reduces the supply of white cells and allows the virus that extra foothold to replicate and to grow inside the nose and to create those nasty symptoms of blocked nose, runny nose and sneezing that we're all so familiar with when we get a common cold. For a long time, mothers have been telling their children to wrap up, and children can retort, well, scientists say there's no link between colds and chilling. But now we've got this support.
Ron wants to do more experiments to check that his hypothesis is indeed correct. But until then, it pays to remember that Mother really does know best.
Don't try this at home.
Before we head down under to grind up some biscuits, let's head to the test department for some thirst-quenching advice. The humble bottle has a habit of making even mild-mannered people, like our test department demonstrators, into seething angry wrecks. But if you're in a rush for a refreshing beverage, don't let bottle rage get you down. Here's the test department's top tip for emptying a bottle in the fastest time. Welcome to the Test Department Wine Tasting Club. Our wine buffs are interested in a good nose and an intriguing palate. But most importantly, they're interested in how quickly they can get the stuff into their glass. As well as arguing over their favourite tipple, the three demonstrators also have different opinions on the quickest way to empty them. So let's find out whose method is the fastest. Demonstrator 1 will hold the bottle upside down. Demonstrator 2 will tilt it at an angle, and Demonstrator 3 will tilt and twirl at the same time. Here goes. Most important in getting liquid out of a bottle is how fast you can replace it with air. Twisting the bottle creates a vortex, quite literally a pipe, through which the air can rush in whilst the liquid rushes out. So next time you want some wine in a hurry, give it a twirl.
Hello.
In a moment, two pedestrians try and save themselves with mint. And we bring a light bulb back from the grave with the aid of a microwave. But first, some physics. Australians love to dunk, especially when they've got a cup of tea and a biscuit. The problem is, they don't always get it right. To help them, Experimental went in search of physicist Len Fisher, a scientist on a mission to rewrite the rulebook on biscuit dunking and perfect the perfect plunge.
The whole point about dunking is that it releases the flavour of the biscuit, up to 10 times what you get from a dry biscuit. But one of the problems with dunking is if you dunk for too long, you end up with no biscuit at all.
As all dunkers know, mistime a dunk and you face catastrophic biscuit collapse and a mug full of sludge. So can we have a dunk biscuit and eat it? Len set out to test the strength of a biscuit by applying the force of apples.
It's very nice because we measure force in newtons as physicists, and a newton very closely is the force of gravity on an average size apple. Let's just see if we can get... That is a 3 Newton biscuit already. Let's just see if we can make him into a 4 Newton biscuit. He's very... OK, that was very close to a 4 Newton biscuit. They're strong.
So a dry biscuit is very strong. But what happens when it gets wet?
I wonder what it'll do if it's got a force of a Newton on it. I think we've proved our point, haven't we?
You'd have thought that Len's apple experiments would have been enough to keep him happy, but no. He wanted to find out just how fast a biscuit gets soggy, an experiment requiring some pretty butch tools.
So let's see if we can do it really quickly. 1, 2, and let's see what we got there. And you can see that even in that speed, about 2 seconds, you've got the wet down the outside and the centre has stayed nice and dry. We'll try that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Speed it up again. See how that went. And you see that soaked right through, fallen to bits. 4 seconds and it's gone right to the middle. 2 seconds perfect, 4 seconds terrible.
Hours of research and thousands of biscuits later, Len had worked out the ideal standard dunking time for pretty much every biscuit on the market. But he wasn't finished there. He wanted to find a way of extending the dunking time and help ensure a perfect dunk. Took a while, but after some clever analysis of the way tea travels through a biscuit, he discovered that if the tea only entered the biscuit from one side, it would take up to 4 times as long to travel all the way through, which led Len to a whole new way of dunking biscuits.
Instead of putting it straight in like that, lay it across the top. Because you're only wetting one side, it takes 4 times as long to get through. Plenty of time, you can watch. As long as the top stays dry, the biscuit won't fall in. And furthermore, if you've got a chocolate-coated biscuit, the chocolate doesn't melt. Simple.
Ah, but will it work in the real world? Experimental had to know whether the Len Fisher one-sided technique would work with your average dunker in the street. To find out, we booked 2 tables in a local tea house. On the left, we monitored a variety of dunkers using the traditional both-side technique.
OK, guys, now this is the scientific way to dunk a biscuit.
Whilst dunkers on the right-hand table got one-sided instructions from the great man himself.
There.
And within a few dunks, it looks like the traditional immersion eaters are indeed dropping like Len has predicted. Whilst on the right, those instructed on the one-sided dunk technique seem to be suffering no drop-off at all. After a couple of hours of non-stop dunking using a random selection of Antipodean wetters, the results are obvious. The Len-Fisher one-sided dunk system really does work, just like the great physicist said it would. Still to come on Experimental, how to drive with your nose. But first, to the test department. Over at the test department, it's evening, and our demonstrator is relaxing with a glass of adult fruit juice and some light-hearted reading material. Wouldn't you know it, just as he settled down, the light bulb blows, leaving our unfortunate demonstrator in the dark. But at the test department we have a saying, waste not, want not. You see, even a seriously dead light bulb can be resurrected using a microwave oven. Just stick it in and hit the on button, and bingo! Your once dead light bulb is glowing brighter than ever before. But how is this possible? Well, before its demise, our light bulb worked when electricity flowed through a thin wire called a filament, which heated up and emitted light. It came to the end of its first life when the filament broke, and the electricity stopped flowing. In the microwave, the filament is heated not by electricity flowing through it, but by microwaves. So the fact that the filament is broken makes no difference. There's one thing our demonstrator has forgotten though. Microwaves heat up the element so much that eventually the whole bulb explodes. So it looks like an early bed after all.
I should think so. What you just saw was incredibly dangerous. You must not, repeat, not try this at home. Oh,
Driving, one of life's great pleasures. Open road, howl of the engine, the wind in your hair. But driving safely requires skill, concentration, alertness, and mint. Peppermint, to be precise. Experimental psychologists Charles Spence and Christy Ho have been researching new and unusual ways of improving car safety. Believe it or not, peppermint could be the key. You see, most safety devices rely on two of our senses to work, sight and sound. But we've got 5 senses, each with their own dedicated bit of the brain. So perhaps when sight and hearing are tied up trying to make sense of the dials or working out where the bass on the stereo should be, the others could be used to keep us on the road. To test some of their ideas, Charles and Christy called an old friend, Dr. Nick Reed, at the Transport Research Laboratories in Berkshire near London. TRL's state-of-the-art 3D simulator was perfect for testing out their stimulating ideas. It throws up common danger scenarios, like the car up front suddenly braking. The first sense to be added to the standard 2 was touch, courtesy of these little vibrating pads. Before you ask, they go on the seat belt.
What we had were 2 sort of vibrators, one on the driver's front and one on their back. And at various points in the experiment, the car in front would suddenly brake, and you'd have to brake as rapidly as you could. And there we'd compare how quickly the drivers could actually put their foot on the brake pedal when there was no vibration, which would be kind of the typical road driving situation, versus with these vibrotactile warnings, where if the car in front suddenly braked, you'd feel a vibration on your stomach, and if the car behind you on the road was getting too close, you might feel a vibration on your back.
The tactile warning signals given by the pads improve drivers' reaction times by as much as 0.4 of a second, enough to reduce collisions by up to 50%. Smashing, or not, as the case may be. But if you're going to exploit touch, why not smell as well? And for that matter, which smell would work best? After many tests, Charles and Christy came up with this: Peppermint essence. The idea is that rather than the car's sensors delivering a zap to a vibrating pad, they deliver a little puff of strong peppermint odour. Now, when the red lights flashed, the car instantly fills with a minty whiff. And amazingly, drivers planted their foot on the brake around 10% faster than when relying on their eyes alone.
Different smells have different effects upon us, and some smells are kind of very alerting or arousing, like peppermint or citrus or lemongrass are very effective in kind of making people more alert and awake. And the other extreme, you can see cases where drivers sort of getting very aggressive or stressed, or sort of examples of road rage. And in that situation, again, you could think about using calming odours to help relax the driver and diffuse the situation, things like lavender.
So next time you're heading out in the car, make sure you minimise your distractions. Put the sat-nav away, switch off your mobile phone, but most importantly, trade in that pine fresh car scent for something a little more stimulating. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that explains why dogs watch TV, women pee in the snow, and how going to bed in rubber just might make you slim. Later on, we'll be torturing teenagers with high-pitched sound and trying not to torture a Scotswoman by using helium to improve the sound of bagpipes. But first, let's head down under for a bit of canine vision. Australia, where veterinary scientist Paul McGreevy at the University of Sydney and his dog Wally have discovered something amazing. If you want to know what a dog sees, look at the length of his nose. Until now, many scientists believed that all dogs had the same eyes and saw the world the same way. But start measuring dogs' skulls and it soon becomes obvious that you can't cram a big dog's eyes into a little dog's head.
So what we did, we compared the eye volumes of different dogs. And for instance, here's an eye from a Maltese, which is a toy breed, and here's an eye from a Rottweiler. You can see that there's a fairly appreciable difference in volume between the Rottweiler and the Maltese.
Having shown that dogs' eyes differed in size, McGreevy started looking for other differences inside the eyes. What he found could help to explain why different breeds behave in different ways. In the back of the eye are light-sensitive layers of vision cells called the retina. In humans, these cells are concentrated in a single spot known as the fovea. So we see lots of detail in the centre of our vision. It was assumed that all dogs have what's known as a visual streak, a line of vision cells running across the eye. This streak gives dogs a much wider field of view than humans and allows them to detect movement better. But McGreevy discovered that all dogs were not the same.
What really surprised us was that some dogs didn't even have a visual streak. Instead, they had a concentration of cells in the centre of their eyes called an area centralis.
So some dogs had an area centralis similar to a human fovea. But when McGreevy compared the data from his microscope work with his measurement of skull size, he noticed something even more amazing.
When we cross-checked the information about the visual streaks with the information about the skull shapes, we were really surprised because all of the dogs that had no visual streak had really short noses. In contrast, the dogs with long noses had beautiful long visual streaks.
If McGreevy is right, then you can work out what a dog sees just by looking at the length of his nose. Experimental decided to put this theory to the test. Wally is joined by two friends. Cinnamon, a pug, has a very short nose. Sebastian is a Saluki and has an extremely long nose. Wally's snout lies somewhere in the middle. Test 1. How will each dog fare in our trial of peripheral vision? While the owners encourage their dogs to look straight ahead, our assistant will sneak up behind them and drop a marker when she's noticed.
Huh?
Cinnamon the pug didn't see our assistant until she was almost beside him. No chance of sneaking up on a Saluki though. And Wally spotted her early as well. So short-nosed dogs, bad peripheral vision. Long-nosed dogs, good peripheral vision. Test 2. We borrowed a dog track to see which of our four-legged friends will respond to a fast-moving object. No surprise there, Salukis were bred by the ancient Egyptians to hunt gazelle. Wally is no slouch either, but I don't think he's going to catch that hare. And now for Cinnamon. Oh dear. He hasn't even seen the rabbit. It's all a bit of a blur. Better go for a lie down. So, 2 out of 3 tests done, and Cinnamon the pug is not having a lot of luck. There must be something pugs are good at. Yes, at last. Cinnamon is triumphant. Sebastian doesn't show any interest in the TV at all. And as for Wally, well, it probably wasn't his favourite channel. But short-nosed pugs have a narrow field of view, see lots of detail, and aren't distracted by things going on around them. Perfect for watching television. Wally and Sebastian, meanwhile, would much rather go and play in the park.
This sort of information can help us understand a bit about the dog's behaviour. Short-nosed dogs are concentrating on things right in front of them. Long-nosed dogs are scanning the horizon, the periphery, and they don't tend to stare at their owners the same way that short-nosed dogs do.
So human vision allows McGreevy to see the entire span of Sydney Harbour Bridge. And if you've got a longer-nosed dog like Wally, he'll see a lot more. Before we offer the fatties amongst you the ultimate calorie uncontrolled diet, let's get all Highland at the test department. What a cliche. Scottish melodies and images of the Highlands. Let's see if the test department can spice things up with the application of some science. That's right. We've crossed Old Lang Syne with a balloon full of helium. But why does Mary's voice sound like Donald Duck kicked in the groin? It's all to do with the speed of sound. In air, sound travels at around 350 metres per second. But in helium, it's around 1,000 metres per second. This totally changes the resonances in the throat, effectively raising the pitch. But what would helium do to bagpipes? Let's see. Not a great improvement there, then.
And it's not just the noise that's bad. Breathing helium can kill you. So don't do it at home.
Still to come on Experimental, how to empty a room full of Welsh kids and light a fire with hot air. But first, a question much asked by Inuit and mountaineers. Why is it that cold weather makes you want to pee? Let's leave the sauna and find out. As you get cold, the blood flows from the surface and into the centre of your body. As a result, the kidneys receive more blood and become more active. But that's not all. Cold weather reduces the amount of sweating. And that could mean even more liquid needing to find a way out each hour. And ultimately, it will find a way out. Welcome to one of the biggest problems of the 21st century. No, not food, obesity. The result of too much of the stuff. It's so bad that now 65% of Americans are overweight. But if scientists at Washington University in St. Louis are right, there could soon be a revolutionary new way of getting rid of all that flab by living in a germ-free environment. Of course, life in a bubble may cause a few other problems with the social life, and you won't exactly be showing off that wonderful new figure. But there may be one really big advantage to this new diet. You see, the boffins of Washington University believe that living in germ-free bubbles like these mice might allow you to eat more while still losing weight. And that's what Dr. Jeffrey Gordon and his colleagues are trying to prove.
We wanted to determine whether the bacteria that live in our guts that influences our predisposition to leanness or obesity.
Germs are a nasty name for bacteria, most of which are quite friendly. Hi. So friendly that the average human will have around 100 trillion individual bacteria living quite happily in their gut, a whole lot weighing in at around 1.5 kilos. Dr. Gordon's theory was that the germs in the guts of mice help extract calories from the food they eat and transfer it into fat. And to prove it, he needed to work with a strain of germ-free mice with no bacteria in their gut at all. For the squeamish, now is the time to make that cup of tea. When in the womb, embryos are totally germ-free. To keep them that way, scientists had to perform caesarean sections on their mothers, delivering them into sterile bubbles and then feeding them by hand with germ-free milk. Eventually, they had a colony of totally germ-free mice. But did his slimming theory work?
What we found was pretty amazing. The germ-free mice ate more food, but were leaner than their conventionally raised counterparts.
They proved this by feeding two groups of mice with the same food. As well as his sterile mice in their germ-free environment, Dr. Gordon raised a second group, with their guts full of germs in similar sealed balloons. Both lived the life of couch potatoes, doing little more than eat and eat and eat. After a few weeks, the germ-free mice were still slim and trim, but those with a gut full of bacteria were distinctly plump. As a final check on those results, Dr. Gordon's team took some of those germ-free mice out into the big bad world and infected them with some of the bacteria found in the guts of their fat friends.
We found that if you add a microbial community to those germ-free mice, they rapidly and very dramatically gain fat, even though they're eating less.
Although it's mice, not men, we're talking about, our guts and the bacteria in them are roughly the same. So, if the bacteria in our guts is helping to make us fat, then switching to a germ-free life while still eating a high-calorie diet might just be the next big thing. Or perhaps not. Living in a bubble might take too much of the fun out of life to be worth it. Still to come on Experimental, a solution to this man's drink problem. How this little tube led to the diesel engine, and we'll get the chance to zap some Welsh kids with high-pitched sound.
Oh my god!
But first... At the test department, Horace is trying to look cool by the pool, but there's something on his mind. The length of his snorkel. Would it be even cooler if he could make it longer? The principle behind the snorkel is devilishly simple. It's a tube that allows you to breathe with your face underwater. Dive any deeper and you'll normally use scuba gear. But why couldn't you use a longer tube? Impressive snorkel. Now let's try it. Oh dear, not so cool. It all seems to have gone wrong. But why? Well, it's all to do with the weight of water. Go down more than about 1.5 meters, and the weight of water pushing on your body is so great that your lungs cannot expand against it, making breathing impossible. Which is why a normal snorkel is only about 30 centimeters long. Dive any deeper, and you need scuba gear, which automatically regulates the pressure of air coming out of the tank, allowing you to breathe safely. So, Horace, science has proved that it's better to have a short one that works than a long one that no one can suck on.
Don't try this at home.
Yet to come on Experimental, how the demise of the audio cassette saved this man's beer. And a chance to go camping with the test department. But first, let's annoy some kids.
You all hear that?
Yeah.
Because I can. Yeah. Right. All hear that? I can hear that as well. Yeah. Be honest.
Experimental has travelled to South Wales to meet a man with a fantastic method of getting up kids' noses.
That's horrible.
Jackpot.
That's really annoying.
Worse still, Howard Stapleton, acoustics whiz kid, seems to enjoy it. But before we condemn him, he is doing it for a reason.
Oh my god!
Outside Howard's immaculate front room, it's a war zone. Gangs of hooded teenagers have taken over the street, and no one over 21 feels safe to venture out. That's a load of old rubbish, actually. This is Newport, South Wales, where the teenagers simply hang around outside supermarkets and smoke the occasional cigarette. But that was enough to put Howard off getting his bread and milk.
Last summer holidays, my local shop was having particular problems with a gang of teenagers hanging around outside the shop, especially late into the evening. One night I went out there to buy my milk and not even I would walk through them. I approached the shopkeeper the following day and said, "I've got an idea, can I try it out?" And he said yes.
The big idea was this. A speaker emits an annoying buzz that only teenagers can hear. It exploits the fact that as you grow older, your ability to hear really high sounds deteriorates. So whilst a teenager might be deafened by really high sounds, an older person won't be able to hear a thing.
Let's have a look.
Don't believe us? Well, let's check out Howard's little box of tricks.
That's 12 kilohertz, I can still hear that clearly. 15, I'm aware of it. As I run up to 16, and then we're up to around about the 17 thereabouts, which the mosquito system uses. And that is a frequency that someone with young hearing does hear very clearly.
The idea is simple, but it took Howard a year to come up with a system that really annoyed the young ears of Newport. But once his prototype was fixed to the wall of his local shop, the results were dramatic.
Well, the first few days, kids were asking about the noise and saying, could we turn it off? And then they just sort of disappeared. And I thought it was a coincidence. They must have gone, so there was another reason for it, but they haven't come back.
Experimental was keen to talk to a teenager about the effects of Howard's little box. But we couldn't find one. So we had to talk to some people who'd never heard it working.
To be fair, since the machine is out, I've noticed, a vast difference.
There used to be, especially around that area there, gangs of kids at night, drinking and all sorts. But it's definitely sorted that out.
Right, here we go. It's nice high frequency, and what I want you to do is each one of you can hear the noise. Will you put your hand up in the air?
Howard now wants to make a portable device to help police clear the streets of young people.
Oh my god.
You don't like that, do you? No, that's cool.
However, he's having problems with his research guinea pigs. moment, we'll be off to Holland to create the perfect beer with a defunct cassette system. But first, let's rough it a bit with that nice girl from the test department. Welcome to the Test Department School of Unlikely Survival Skills, in which we test one of the oldest fire-making methods known to man, or in this case, woman. No, not rubbing sticks, but the Malaysian fire piston, as used by Malaysians and other Southeast Asian peoples before they bought matches. How does it work? Take one piece of tinder and place it at the bottom of the tube. Stick the piston on and give it a good hard whack, and lo and behold, the tinder ignites. What's happening is, as the air in the cylinder is compressed by the piston, it heats up, ultimately getting so hot that the tinder is ignited. Is this just an odd but useless piece of science? Well, no. It's exactly the same principle as used in a diesel engine, where diesel is squirted into a cylinder full of air which is compressed by the piston until it ignites. Mind you, for lighting fires, the fire piston does take a lot of practice, so you'd be better off with matches, so long as it's not too windy. Finally on Experimental, a nice cool drink. Experimental has headed to Lieshout in the Netherlands. Like many Dutch towns, it's got a canal, pretty houses, and some bars where men meet to discuss their problems over beers that are rattled off the production line of the local brewery only hours before. The same family has been brewing beer here for over 300 years, and now it's Wietse van den Boogaard who's stirring the hops in the copper vats.
It's my passion to brew beer. I like the brewing, I like the drinking, I like the product, I like the bars where the beer is. So, yeah, that's the passion, huh?
But there is one thing about his lovely brew he hates, and that's the fact that when he pours his nectar fresh from the tap, it's all cloudy and tastes yeasty. Traditionally, brewers have turned to a powder made of Cretaceous algae to filter the nasties out. It's called Kieselguhr, and Wietse doesn't like it.
But in Kieselguhr you have some problems of safety requirements because it's very dusty. And it's a waste material, it's only for one-way use.
Brew 1 week's worth of beer, and you'll have to get rid of 9,000 kilos of Kieselguhr sludge, which environmentalists hate. But no more. You see, just last year, Wietse met another man with a problem down at his local bar. Peter Segal was a research scientist for electronics giant Philips, who dropped in to drown his own problems.
I've been an engineer with Philips now for many years, and the last job I had is to lead the technical side of a big project that was really started by Philips to create a digital audio recording system called DCC.
DCC should have been a surefire winner for Philips. In 1963, they brought out the audio cassette, which soon became almost as essential in a car as its engine. The digital compact cassette was simply a digital version of their old money spinner. It could play and record CD-quality digital tapes, as well as the old audio cassettes. Sadly, no one wanted tape anymore, digital or analog. They wanted discs. So the whole £1 million tape project was canned in 1996, just 4 years after its launch.
Unfortunately, it was a technical success, great technical success, but even bigger commercial flop.
The key to DCC was recording heads with tiny holes blasted through them. To make them, silicone wafers are coated with thin layers of silver nitrate and a photosensitive lacquer, then fed into a wafer stepper, a specialised machine that projects a pattern of dots on the material and then uses a laser to cut out over 5 billion holes, exactly 1 micron deep. Brilliant. But after the demise of DCC, absolutely useless.
So many people, so enthusiastically, put in so much effort to develop this technology. And I felt it would have been such a shame if that was not going to be used. And I was absolutely convinced there must be an area where we can make a breakthrough product with this breakthrough technology. And we found one.
That's right. While sipping his troubles away in the bar with Pizzi, Peter realised that he had the solution to the beer brewer's problems. That defunct DCC technology was just what Pizzi needed to get rid of the clouds in his beer. All he had to do was bin the Kieselguhr and replace it with silicone filters from Peter's old cassette player. And bingo, his nectar flowed amber.
The beauty of this product that it's so simple. It's a kind of digital filter. If you pour fluid over it, particles that are smaller simply go through it, and particles that are just a little bit bigger do not go through it.
And that's the beauty of the filter. Those yeast particles that cloud up the beer are just too big to squeeze through the holes. The result is the amber nectar that Wietze has always dreamed of. But did it taste any better? Well, we thought we'd ask an independent expert, Carl, our sound recordist. Unfortunately, he proved incapable of doing two things at once and left his microphone switched off. So you'll have to guess his opinion from his facial expressions. But we think it's a thumbs up for digital beer. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that hugs you down the phone and drives your dog wild with excitement. Later on, we'll be using science to blast away at the secrets of this magician, inflicting 3-year-old sandwiches on the good people of Natick, Massachusetts, and examining the physical properties of a raspberry at 500 frames a second. But first, let's snuggle up closer together. Rome, Rome, wonderful Rome. The Colosseum, the Trevi Fountain, daredevil drivers, feral cats. And of course, it's one of the world's most romantic cities. A fitting backdrop for a piece of fashion that aims to keep you in touch with your main squeeze. Literally.
Ooh.
I'm gonna fly.
It's funny.
It's an inflatable shirt that allows you to send and receive hugs via text messages on your mobile phone.
Squeeze. Like someone's properly holding me in their arms.
And its inventors, Francesca Rosella and Ryan Gentz, believe that in the future we'll all be wearing clothing like this.
I've always had a passion for fashion, and I've been also a fashion designer for a long time. But I also had a passion for technology, and I tried to combine both.
The shirt was designed to demonstrate how mobile phone technology could be integrated into clothing. But it's been so popular that Francesca and Ryan are now ready to market it.
We get requests almost on a daily basis from people that want to sell the shirt and people that want to buy the shirt for a huge amount of reasons, like reasons that we couldn't even have come up with in our research.
The Hug shirt contains a series of carefully positioned touch-sensitive pads. To send a hug, you open a special function on your phone and you give yourself a great big hug. An onboard computer records the strength and position of your hands and turns the data into a simple text message. At the receiving end, the text arrives. And if you like the sound of the sender, you choose to receive it. A tiny air pump fills the air pads to give the correct squeeze strength. And if that's not enough, the shirt even warms up to mimic the body heat of the sender. Ah, lovely. The company behind the invention is the techno fashion house Cute Circuit, run by real-life hugging partners Francesca and Ryan.
All the technology to develop this sort of thing is available today, and we already have working prototypes.
But how do you turn a circuit board into a hug? Ryan and Francesca started with t-shirts and pens, taking over 50 volunteers and drawing circles around their hands. Amazingly, they found out that we all hug the same. The final stage was to work out what a really good hug feels like and mould the technology to replicate it.
The result is like this package of technology. There is a sensor that is a very tiny flat sensor, like this one, that feels how strong you're hugging. And then inside there is a little pump here. And when I receive a hug, this pump starts to inflate a little balloon.
Ah, isn't that sweet? The cutting edge of 21st century hugging technology. But before all you cynics turn off, why not ponder on this fact? Hugging may actually help you live a longer, happier and healthier life. Studies have shown that hugging causes the brain to release hormones that make you feel relaxed and happy. Hugging also leads to a reduction in the release of stress hormones, chemicals that are linked to heart attacks. And this could explain why single people are more likely to get heart attacks than people in loving relationships. So it's a potent thing, this hugging, but would it convince you to buy Francesca's techno shirt?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that would be great. If this invention was available, I would probably like to send some hugs to my son when I'm not with him.
One for her, one for my son, then I can just keep text messaging hugs every night. This is amazing.
All the fashion people say, oh, we're never going to put technology into our clothes. And all the telecommunication people say, it has just to work, it doesn't have to look good. And instead, we're like merging these two things together, make them look really, really good, and give them an emotional value that really makes people think that is great to use.
Before the amazing Alim Amlani does strange things with a $5 note and an orange, let's head to the test department for some of the hottest science on television. Despite its popularity, there are some people who just cannot cope with a good curry. But there must be a better way to cool your mouth. To find out, we're going to test the effects of 3 curry house coolers: water, beer, and that yogurt drink most tea-drinking Brits can't handle. But first, we have to set a benchmark. Our demonstrators here will each chew on a chili and score the pain out of 10. That's quite hot then. The sensation of spiciness is caused by the chemical compound capsaicin. But it doesn't actually burn the mouth at all. What it does is to bind to nerve receptors in the mouth that normally sense temperature. These nerves are stimulated and tell the brain that the mouth is being burnt. So even though we feel the pain, it's not actually burning you in the conventional sense. With this in mind, let's test the effectiveness of our 3 cooling drinks. So yogurt is the clear winner. And the reason? Fat. Capsaicin is soluble in fat, not water. And the milk in yogurt contains loads of fat, which dissolves the capsaicin and carries it safely away from your sensitive nerves. Perfect. So there it is. Stay away from the lager and go for a milky drink next time you go for a curry. Coming your way on Experimental, the scientist who believes every dog needs a mobile phone, and how the US Army get away with feeding their soldiers 3-year-old sandwiches. Experimental has travelled all the way to Vancouver to visit the University of British Columbia's Visual Cognition Labs, where they use a lot of fancy kit to examine something that might appear fairly trivial. And that is why magicians like research assistant Alim Amlani can pull off stunts like this. Just watch.
What I have over here is a piece of rope. Could you examine that? Sure. And could I borrow your ring for a moment? Sure. Perfect. A lot of the time, people aren't aware of everything happening in front of them, and what magicians are able to do is exploit that. The ring right over here goes onto the piece of rope, just like that. So things that are right in front of you sometimes go unseen. Now, it really is on the rope. You can tug on that if you want. What magicians have been doing is they're able to basically direct attention around a scene. So even though you're going to be looking at one thing, something could be happening right in front of your face and you wouldn't even see it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this end over here, don't let go. You take this end over here and don't let go. I can slide the ring this way, I can slide the ring this way, but what I cannot do is pull it off just like that. I cannot make it disappear just like that and land back on the finger just like that.
Alim knows exactly how his trick works. He just won't show us. Back at the Visual Cognition Lab, Dr. Ronald Rensick has a word for why people do not see what's in front of them. He calls it change blindness.
Change blindness is really the effect where people don't see large changes that are in front of them. These are changes that are very easily seen once you see them, but it takes a long, long time before people see them. Until they do, they're effectively blind, hence change blindness.
To prove how it works, Dr. Rensick and his fellow researchers have devised a number of tests to see exactly where we look. Tiny cameras track the movement of the pupil and plot the centre of their gaze on the image being viewed. The results were fascinating to researcher Elena Birmingham.
We found that overall, people look mostly at the eyes. So even though there are many objects to look at in the scene, they look primarily at the eye regions, which is a novel finding.
Just to prove how blind we are, watch this classic experiment. A student is asked to undertake a simple task, completing a questionnaire. As she works, the researcher, who she met for the first time a few moments ago, changes place with another. But will the student notice?
I think I'm done with this one.
Great, thanks. Did you notice anything unusual about the experiment?
No.
Did you notice that me and another experimenter switched places halfway through?
Oh, no, I didn't notice that at all.
Now you may think that's impossible. But to prove how blind you really are, let's look at the ring trick again. Remember when the magician revealed the ring was on his finger?
I cannot make it disappear just like that and land back on the finger just like that.
That wasn't magic. If you'd only been watching, you'd have seen it was there all along.
I cannot make it disappear just like that and land back on the finger.
So why does this happen? Well, some scientists think it's all to do with your posterior parietal cortex, a little bit of the brain that's near the back. It's the bit that deals with short-term visual memory. Unfortunately, it's not big enough to process all the information sent to it, so it does something rather clever. It remembers just enough of the important things in an image to be able to recognize it again. So just like this, you blink, you open your eyes again, and so long as everything looks pretty much as it did a few milliseconds before, the brain will assume that nothing has changed. Even if it has. Did you notice the shadow beneath the Jeep coming and going? Probably not.
Inherently, we're susceptible to this. There's not that much we can do. All we can do is try to design our technology to minimize the possibility of this happening.
Just to show how susceptible we are to change blindness, watch this next trick very closely.
Could I borrow a $5 bill? Maybe could you just sign your name across the bill? Okay. Have you ever seen the trick, Eric, where the magician takes the bill, folds it up nice and small, and when he unfolds the bill, it is a $100 bill?
No, but I'd like to see it.
Too bad. Can you still feel your bill, by the way? All right, what we're going to try to do is something amazing. Watch. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Where'd it go?
What I have over here is a knife. Now you can see the orange sealed on all sides. Inside this orange right over here.
Eric, that's not my bill.
Take that out, take a look. Can you show that to the camera? Is that your name?
Yeah.
Thank you guys very, very much.
Did you see how he did it? No? Well, don't feel bad. Nor did we. But did you see the big gorilla halfway through? Well, just in case you didn't, here it is again.
And you can see the orange sealed on all sides. Inside this orange.
Don't try this at home.
Still to come on Experimental, mobile phones for dogs, gourmet sandwiches for grunts, and the phantom raspberry blower. But first, welcome to the Great Test Department Grip Experiment, in which our 3 intrepid testers are going to find out which type of shoe has the best grip. Will it be number 1, the cheap plastic flip-flops from a seaside novelty store? Or number 2, professional leather-soled ballet shoes? Or finally number 3, a pair of expensive mountaineering boots that are guaranteed to get you up Everest the hard way? Whilst the gamblers amongst you are laying out your bets, let us ready the Test Department slipometer. Or rather, an electric drill, some rope, and some planks of wood. The idea is we can gradually increase the slope until our Test Department tester slips downwards. First up, those sturdy mountaineering boots. "5 degrees, 10, 20, 25, oh, and a slip at 35 degrees, but as expected, they're pretty good. Next, those natty little ballet shoes. All set, go. 5, 10, 15, 20, this is not bad, but hang on, oh, they've gone at just 27.5 degrees. Well, well. And finally, those cheapo flip-flops. Here we go, straight through 5 and 10 degrees, 15, 20, 25, 30. This is amazing. They've reached a staggering 40 degrees. What a turn up for the books. So next time you're scaling the Eiger face, why not bin the boots and try a pair of £1.99 flip-flops instead? Did I hear the word frostbite? Coming up on Experimental, techie stuff for dogs and violence in the test department. But before all that, let's go snacking with the army.
Hello.
Here we are in Natick, Massachusetts, trying out a new kind of sandwich.
Yeah, it's good.
Not bad.
I like it.
It's a good thing they like it because this isn't an ordinary sandwich. These are high-tech sandwiches from a special batch made by the US military. Behold, the Forever Sandwich. The idea behind the sandwich is to make sure the infantry don't waste valuable fighting time messing around with mess tins. Instead, they eat on the run. Why? Well, it's hard to tell exactly when the boys in green are going to need to get out their guns and fight, so a ready supply of munchies must always be on hand. That's part of Michelle Richardson's job. She's from the Department of Defense Combat Feeding Directorate, and she was on the team which came up with this cunning plan.
This is a shelf-stable pocket sandwich. It's called shelf-stable because it has a 3-year shelf life. This is something that the soldier can't eat out of hand, doesn't require any preparation, and he can eat while on the move if needed.
But the bread is remarkable. Ultra-pasteurized, radioactive, sealed against the elements. How do you do that?
A lot of the stuff that goes in the bread is pretty common, such as mono and diglycerides to stop it getting stale, and ascorbic acid to stop the mold. So much for the bread. But what about the middle of the sandwich? Well, that too has a healthy squirt of glycerol to stop the bacteria growing, plus a few other unpronounceables which do much the same thing. But the key is not the chemicals in the sandwich, but the packaging. Not only is it more airtight than a tin can, but it contains a little package of oxygen scavenging chemicals. Each of the sachets is filled with a chemical such as iron oxide, a molecule with a need for more oxygen atoms to keep it happy. Its effect is like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up any stray oxygen atoms it can get hold of. It's so effective that oxygen levels can be reduced to about 100 parts per million. The result is that all the molds and other bacteria that need oxygen to live effectively suffocate. So just how long can one of these things last?
Food items should be able to last for 3 years at 80 degrees.
Yes, these babies can last 3 years in the field. Rain, sleet, sludge, and enemy fire. And just to prove it, these are from the Department of Defense's original batch, baked in April 2003.
Wow. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious.
Packed in here for 3 years. Why is it 3 years old?
And you're still eating.
It didn't stop.
Isn't it amazing what science can do to us?
Whilst humans seem quite happy with this historic meal, other species seem a bit more choosy. Still to come on Experimental, the gizmo that got Fido here a little overexcited. But first, to the test department. What is it about blowing a raspberry that makes the raspberry sound? The test department decided to find out. We ran a series of medical tests on this prodigious raspberry blower. In a marathon session, our subject blew over 300 raspberries in just 1 hour, allowing the test department to draw a startling scientific conclusion. But what was it? It was that raspberry blowing is extremely annoying. A discovery which blew our demonstrator's mind but was hardly science. So, we got out our special 500 frame a second camera to have a closer look at what's going on. Revealed for the first time on your TV, the startling fact that it is the bottom lip that plays the dominant role in raspberry vibration. And for all that our raspberry blower has advanced the knowledge of humankind, we couldn't resist taking our revenge on the rude little squirt. Welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a pretty typical town, full of some of the good things about America. Like mobile phones, and some of the odd things about America, such as this woman and her dog.
On those guys. Yeah, she's pampered. Do we love her? We adore her. This is my passion.
So why is Experimental here? Well, it's to meet this man, Cameron Robb, who's decided that the next big thing for a dog should be a phone.
I came up with the idea for a pet cell several years ago. I was on a business trip and I was talking to my daughter on the phone and she was telling me a story about her friend losing her dog.
Yep, every cloud has a silver lining. Buddy may have run off and broken a few hearts along the way, but it got Cameron thinking. Pretty soon, he'd come up with, well, a Fido phone.
I just felt with technology advancements, wireless telephones and tracking devices, it would be a great product to come up with for finding a dog.
Just like the modern human phone with its WAPs, Bluetooth and MP3 abilities, actually talking is fairly low on the Fido phone's list. Key to this gizmo is the fact that it can be tracked from space. So as Buddy heads for a raid on the local canine sweetie shop, a big red blotch appears on his owner's computer screen, prompting some swift action. Even better, his position can be uploaded live onto your own tracking device. So when Buddy heads to the hills with his loot, the posse can be close behind. The device does also work as a phone, so your favourite animal can hear all the exciting things you've got in store for him when you get home.
Hey Sam, it's Mom.
I'm almost done working now, so as soon as I get home, I'll take it for a run and we'll head over to the park.
So, thanks
For being a good boy, and I'll talk to you soon.
But unfortunately, all that talk of parks can get some dogs overexcited.
I love you.
Bye-bye.